Chapter 3710. It's settled. Looking at the corpses of the winged men and the feathers on the ground, the divine dragon race was stunned. Previously, when nearly 60 quasi-emperors of the winged men surrounded them, they had despaired. They thought that they would be wiped out this time. They didn't expect Lu Ming to appear at the crucial moment. It seemed that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Lord realm, but his battle strength was simply shocking. He killed the quasi-emperors of the winged men like they were chickens. They had never heard of such battle strength. At this moment, 5 Chinquan bags appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He had obtained them from killing Silver Wing and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 5 Chinquan bags flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Then the Chinquan bags opened, and out flew divine dragons. Roar! The world was filled with the roars of dragons. Divine dragons of different colors flew in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. These divine dragons were all captured by the winged men. As soon as these mystical dragons flew out, they looked around vigilantly. When they saw the divine dragon royal capital, other mystical dragons, and no winged men, they relaxed. What's going on? What happened? Are we saved? Those divine dragons were curious. Immediately, a divine dragon in the divine dragon imperial capital recounted what had just happened. When they heard that Lu Ming had killed all the winged men by himself, they were incomparably shocked. Then, all the divine dragons flew over to Lu Ming and thanked him. Senior Lulu, you're really too amazing. The 7-clawed divine dragon also flew over. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and worship. However, Lu Ming didn't relax. Don't be happy too early. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. The winged men have several god emperors guarding outside. If those god emperors attack, we'll all die, Lu Ming said. The moment he said that, the scene fell silent. All the mystical dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew very well what the consequences of a god emperor attacking would be. This world would be destroyed. Then what do? Are we just going to wait? Damn it, let's go out and fight them. Angry roars could be heard. Lu Ming raised his hands, and the scene quieted down. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had accumulated a great reputation. Unknowingly, these mystical dragons regarded Lu Ming as their backbone. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. I have a way to send you to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said. What? You can send us to the dragon race's mother planet? Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. All the mystical dragons were shocked beyond words. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the legendary Holy Land of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming could really send them to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. To be honest, not long after I left the mother planet of the dragon race, I met the World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian. Senior Ao Qian gave me a type of array disc. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. What World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian? Didn't Senior Ao Qian fall? That's the legendary invincible expert of the Dragon Clan. Do you really know such a great existence? All the dragons stared intently at Lu Ming, their eyes burning with passion. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly and said, Senior Ao Qian did not fall. He's now in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He gave me an array disc that can open a wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There's no time to lose. I'll open the wormhole now and send you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming did not delay any further. He took out the 36 array discs that Ao Qian gave him and set up a large array in the air. The 36 array discs were arranged in a circle, emitting a bright light. Then a vortex appeared in the void, and a dark passage appeared in the air. Through the wormhole, Lu Ming could vaguely feel the aura of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Success! All right, the wormhole is open. Let's go, Lu Ming said. It really is the Dragon Clan's mother planet. I can feel a familiar aura. I'm excited. Many of the mystical dragons looked excited. Let's go. Some mystical dragons rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. Now, they could only choose to trust Lu Ming. With so many winged men here, it was certain that there were god emperors guarding outside. The winged men god emperors outside might think that there were winged men inside, so they did not dare to attack. But as time passed, they would definitely notice that something was wrong. By then, it would be too late. Rather than die at the hands of the winged men god emperors, they might as well take a gamble. The wormhole was very big, and the dragons shrank their bodies. It could accommodate hundreds of dragons at the same time. There were tens of thousands of dragons in this world. It did not take long for them to successfully pass through the wormhole. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming also rushed into the wormhole. With a thought, the 36-disc arrays flew into Lu Ming's hands. The wormhole was disappearing, but Lu Ming's figure was already flying towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When he arrived, the wormhole had also disappeared. Lu Ming did not intend to go out and fight the God Emperors. That would be courting death. In a mountain range on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, a large number of dragons descended. What a dense divine aura. Heavens, the density of the divine aura is too shocking. What a stable environment. What a familiar aura. The Dragon Clan's mother planet. I'm sure this is the mother planet. We have really arrived at the mother planet. Many dragons were so excited that they were trembling. Needless to say, as long as they sensed it, they would know that this was the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the origin of all dragons. As long as they were divine dragons, they would have a special feeling once they arrived here. They were extremely excited. The cultivation environment here was much better than where they had stayed in the past. Cultivating here, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be like before, where the highest cultivation level they could reach was Quasi-Emperor. I feel that I'm showing signs of a breakthrough. It won't be long before I break through. An old mystical dragon cried out excitedly. This was a Quasi-Emperor. When he was young, he was extremely talented and quickly cultivated to the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was unable to break through in that short period of time. He could have left that world to break through, but once he left that world, he would definitely not be able to return after breaking through. He might even be hunted down by the other clans. Many big clans coveted a divine dragon of the divine emperor realm. It would be very cool to have a divine emperor realm dragon pull a carriage. Therefore, he had been stuck at the quasi-emperor realm for many years. When he arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he immediately felt that he was about to break through. I'm about to break through too. Many dragons were stimulated and felt that they were about to break through. Chapter 37:11. All of the dragon race beings cheered in excitement. This was their homeland, the sacred land of the dragon race. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, it emitted a vast dragon aura. The scene suddenly quietened down. Feeling this vast dragon aura, all the dragons felt extremely pressured. Senior A.O. Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The figure in the sky was naturally the world annihilation divine dragon A.O. Qian. This is Senior A.O. Qian. All the mystical dragons were shaken to their core. The world annihilation divine dragon A.O. Qian was the legendary strongest of the dragon race. They actually saw the legend with their own eyes. All the dragons were extremely excited and knelt down to pay their respects. No need to be so polite. A.O. Qian waved his hand, and a force spread out. All the dragons stood up at the same time. A.O. Qian sized up the tens of thousands of divine dragons, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming, you're not bad. A.O. Qian sighed. Bringing back tens of thousands of divine dragons was a huge gain. As long as they were nurtured well, the dragon race would not be exterminated and would prosper. This was the foundation for the dragon race to rise again. Originally, there were only a few divine dragons left on the dragon race's mother planet. With so few divine dragons, how could the dragon race grow stronger? But with tens of thousands of them, the speed of reproduction would be very fast. This is what I should do. In the future, as long as I encounter divine dragons outside, I will send them to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Good. A.O. Qian nodded repeatedly, and then made arrangements for these divine dragons. The dragon race's mother planet had a vast territory. There were only a few dragon humans left. It was too easy to arrange tens of thousands of divine dragons. As for Lu Ming, he did not leave immediately. Since he was back, he planned to take a batch of divine herbs with him. He had already discovered the secret of the taboo cultivation. It required him to constantly store energy. In this way, he would not be afraid of death in a battle. He did not need to defend. Even if he was seriously injured, he could quickly recover and even increase his cultivation. During the battle with the winged men, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had increased by a lot. He was quickly approaching the 5th-level Divine Lord realm. If such intense life and death great battles came a few more rounds, he would probably be able to break through to 5th-level Divine Lord. Of course, the prerequisite was that his cells had stored enough energy and accumulated enough potential. While Lu Ming was plundering the divine herbs, a few winged men god kings outside the middle-sized cosmos had ugly looks on their faces. Naturally, he had received news from Silver Wing and the others. He knew that a Lu Ming with terrifying battle prowess had appeared and was hunting the winged men. However, they did not dare to charge indirectly for fear of destroying the world. If that happened, none of the winged ones inside would survive. Therefore, they could only wait outside. However, after waiting for an entire day, not a single winged person came out of the medium-sized world. They knew that the winged man inside was most likely dead. If he was fine, how could he not come out? "Let me go in and take a look," one of the winged individuals said, his face gloomy. Then, they opened the passage, and the Divine Emperor, Realm Winged Man, stepped in. He retracted his aura to the extreme, not daring to leak it in the slightest. Then, he began to search this world. However, after looking around, he did not see a single divine dragon or winged man. The world became empty. There was nothing in it. "How can this be? Damn it!" the winged man roared. How could the people of this world suddenly disappear without a trace? Boom! He could no longer hold back. A terrifying aura burst out. The aura of a divine emperor was too terrifying. This world could not withstand it at all. With the winged man as the center, a huge spatial crack spread out, extending to the end of the world. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. Heaven and earth shook, the ground cracked, and lava filled the sky. The entire world was being destroyed. Soon, the entire world exploded, turning into a void. This world could not withstand the pressure of a divine emperor. "Disappear," the winged man God King said coldly. He flapped his wings, and 2 rays of light burst out, splitting the world into several pieces. The speed of destruction suddenly increased. The winged man God King broke through the void and left this world, appearing outside. From the outside, one could clearly see that the starry sky was violently distorting and powerful energy was overflowing. "What's going on?" The few divine emperors outside immediately asked. The divine emperor who went and told them what he saw. The others were dumbfounded. In the end, they left this place and reported this matter. Half a month later, Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet again. This time, he brought a lot of divine herbs, enough for him to use for a while. This time, Lu Ming did not go to the area where the Winged Man clan was located. He was afraid that the Winged Man clan was looking for him. Lu Ming chose to go in another direction. The direction he went was the south of the primitive universe. This was because the illusory heavenly palace was located in the south of the primitive universe. He was not in a hurry. He hurried along while cultivating. Half a year later, he came to a bustling place. This place was a famous commercial area in the south of the primitive universe. Many seeds and merchants gathered in this area. It also attracted many experts to trade here. Lu Ming came here to find out if the Heavenly Palace was recruiting heavenly soldiers. Secondly, Lu Ming wanted to buy some secret skills. Previously, he had killed hundreds of Winged Man clan experts and plundered 28 different secret skills from them. Most of these secret skills were related to speed. However, 5 of them had been cultivated by Lu Ming before, so there were only 23 that Lu Ming had not cultivated. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had cultivated these secret skills in secret skill runes and integrated them into his cells. The more secret skill runes he integrated, the stronger Lu Ming's combat strength would be. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to find more secret skills to cultivate. Planet Xianxia was a huge and bustling planet. Experts of different races shuttled back and forth. Lu Ming walked on the street. It was too much for his eyes to take in. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming walked into a huge shop. The shop was very big. There were many shelves neatly placed with all kinds of treasures. Divine pills, divine weapons, divine medicines, divine techniques, secret skills, and so on. Dear customer, how can I help you? A beautiful young girl came over and asked with a kind smile. I need to buy some secret skills. Lu Ming went straight to the point, stating his purpose for coming. Oh, what secret skills do you need? I can help you see if there are any. The young girl said, I can buy any secret skills. The more, the better. Lu Ming said. Chapter 37:12. You'll buy any secret technique? This time, the young woman was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It wasn't that no one bought ordinary secret techniques, but they wouldn't buy a lot. Usually, they would buy one or two to study and use as a supplementary method. This was because cultivating divine power required secret techniques. Secret techniques were unfathomable and had great potential. Their power was far above ordinary secret techniques. Even if one spent a lifetime to cultivate them, they might not be able to cultivate to the greater success stage. Therefore, there were very few people who cultivated ordinary secret techniques, unless they hadn't awakened any secret techniques. However, while origin source secret techniques were rare in the Taishu Sacred Court, they were rare in some of the more powerful universe-level powers and even the various powerful races. Almost everyone in some powerful races could awaken secret techniques. Even if some people couldn't awaken them when they were young, they would be able to awaken them when they were older and their cultivation was high. Therefore, there were very few people who would buy a lot of secret techniques at once. Moreover, Lu Ming could buy as many as he wanted, so there were even fewer of them. Sir, do you really want to buy a lot? The young woman asked again. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Then I'll ask our young master to come out and talk to you. Please wait a moment. The young woman bowed and left. Not long after, the young woman came over with a young man. The man was very handsome and looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing luxurious clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked towards Lu Ming with a trace of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. I'm Jiang Lebang. May I know your name? The young man cupped his fists and smiled. Mu Yun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and replied, Brother Mu, do you want to buy a lot of secret techniques? Jiang Lebang asked. Yes, I already have some secret techniques. I need to buy secret techniques that I don't have. I'll buy as many as you have. Lu Ming said, Brother Mu, please come in and talk in detail. Jiang Lebang said and led Lu Ming to a guest room. Brother Mu, these are all the secret techniques I have. There are a total of 220 secret techniques. Brother Lu, take a look and see which ones you need. Jiang Lebang handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. There were 220 secret techniques recorded in the jade talisman. Of course, there were only names and introductions. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. There are 60. I already have them. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Many of the secret techniques he had mastered before were commonly used secret techniques. Many people had them, so they were easy to repeat. However, other than these 60 techniques, Lu Ming did not cultivate the remaining 160 techniques. Lu Ming was quite excited to suddenly have 160 more doors. Apart from these, I want all of the remaining 160 secret arts. Lu Ming pointed out the 60 secret arts he already possessed. Jiang Lebang's eyes flashed. Buying 160 secret arts at once was a big deal. Naturally, there were different levels of secret skills, and their prices were also different. However, the price of 160 secret skills was already very high. Jiang Lebang reported the price of the 160 secret skills. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed a lot of enemies and accumulated a lot of wealth. He was so rich that he paid divine crystals to buy all of them without blinking an eye. After putting away the 160 secret skills, Lu Ming was quite happy. "Brother Jiang, if you have other secret skills that I don't have, I want all of them." Lu Ming said, "I do want to do business with Brother Mu, but it's not easy to collect these secret skills. However, I do have a way. Brother Mu, you can try it. Maybe you can get a lot of secret skills." Jiang Lebang said, "What way?" Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He had 60 trillion cells, and every single one of them was infused with a secret technique. The more secret skills integrated, the stronger his battle strength would naturally be. Moreover, according to Fei Huang, he needed to accumulate at the beginning. Only when he had accumulated enough secret skills could he walk his own path and truly transcend. However, it was difficult to do so without enough accumulation. Therefore, to Lu Ming, the more secret techniques he had, the better. On planet Xianxia, every once in a while, there will be a trade fair. At that time, there will be many experts from many races participating. Everyone will take out treasures to trade with others for treasures that they can use. Those people most likely have many secret techniques that they can trade for. Jiang Lebang said, "Okay, when will the trade fair be held?" Lu Ming asked. 3 months later. Jiang Lebang said, "Brother Mu, what's the name of your illusory divine jade? When there's news, I'll inform you through the illusory divine jade." I don't have any illusory divine jade," Lu Ming said. He had left his previous illusory divine jade to his past self. Although he had obtained a lot of illusory divine jades from others, those illusory divine jades were already bound to others and could not be used. Jiang Lebang was also a little speechless. In the primitive universe, only some small forces or very remote places did not have illusory divine jades. It was not difficult for some of the larger forces or races to get their hands on illusory divine jades. Previously, Lu Ming had been very generous and did not seem like someone who could not afford illusory divine jades. Later, Lu Ming bought another illusory divine jade from Jiang Lebang and named it Mu Yun. After exchanging contact information with Jiang Lebang, Lu Ming bid farewell and found an inn to stay in. Then he began to cultivate secret skills. As Lu Ming cultivated more secret skills, his cultivation speed became faster and faster. This time, he had obtained 160 secret skills. In 3 months, Lu Ming had cultivated 60 kinds of secret skills. In this way, he had integrated 190 secret skills into every cell in his body. These secret skills came in all kinds. Some were good at speed, some were good at attack, some were good at defense, some were good at support, and so on. Some were good at dispelling poison, and some were good at healing. Although the healing and detoxification secret skills were not very useful to Lu Ming now, Lu Ming still cultivated all of them. After cultivating another 60 secret skills, Lu Ming's overall strength became stronger. These secret skills were integrated into every cell in Lu Ming's body. With a thought, they would erupt with astonishing power. At this time, Lu Ming also received news from Jiang Lebang that the trading meet was about to begin. Lu Ming was the first to see Jiang Lebang. He followed Jiang Lebang to a huge hall. The hall was very wide, and there were many chairs in the hall. These chairs were arranged in a circle, and there were at least 1,000 chairs. When Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang arrived, many people had already arrived and were sitting on the chairs. Some people knew each other and chatted with each other. Some people had cold expressions and sat alone with their eyes closed. After Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang arrived, they casually found a seat and sat down. Chapter 37:13. As time passed, more and more people entered the hall. Slowly, the thousands of chairs were filled. "That's Yu Chong from the Icy Moon Vine race. It's really him. I didn't expect the Icy Moon Vine race to be here too." A few voices came from a crowd. They were surprised and solemn. Icy Moon Vine race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a big race. They were ranked 437th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were already the top race in the primitive universe. Lu Ming looked up and saw a young man in a silver robe. He walked in with a few middle-aged men and sat down on the chairs. The others quickly bowed to the young man from the icy moon vine race and gave him a flattering smile. The heavenly locust race is here too. Another voice rang out. Everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. A young man in a blue robe with a sinister expression walked into the hall with a few people behind him. The heavenly locust race was ranked 356th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were even more terrifying than the icy moon vine race. Wherever the heavenly locust race passed, nothing grew. It was terrifying. Yuchang, you're here too. What treasures did you bring this time? The young man from the heavenly locust race smiled evilly when he saw Yuchang. Of course I have treasures. Let's see if you have treasures of the same level to exchange. Yuchang replied coldly. Although the icy moon vine race was ranked lower than the heavenly locust race, he was not afraid of them. The young man from the heavenly locust race smiled evilly and sat down with his men. As the geniuses of the two races entered, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. An hour later, the hall was filled with people. At this moment, an old man walked in. The old man's hair was white, but he was in high spirits. Thank you for coming to this trade fair. However, there are rules. No fighting is allowed during the trade fair. Don't blame me for being merciless if you break the rules. The old man cupped his fists and said, Of course. Everyone in the hall quickly replied. Even Yuchang and a young man from the heavenly locust race had to be cautious. This was because the old man's background was not to be underestimated. It was said that he was related to the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. The heavenly locust race and the icy moon vine race did not dare to act rashly. All right, let's begin the trade fair. Let this old man start. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, his palm glowed and a small piece of armor appeared in his hand. This armor is called the Soul Anchor Armor. It has a powerful soul defensive ability. Even if you encounter a Spirita's powerhouse of the same level, it can still defend you. The white-haired old man introduced. Against experts of the same level, I can defend myself for a bit. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. The soul race was the race with the strongest soul research in the primitive universe. Their soul attacks were unparalleled and terrifying to the extreme. Even the other races in the top 10 were extremely wary of the soul race. And this armor could even defend against the soul attacks of Espiritas at the same level. Didn't this mean that if one were to encounter the soul attacks of other races at the same level, the effects would be absolutely astonishing? For example, the Wu people might not be able to break this armor even if they were at the same level. Senior, what do you want? What realm can it reach? Immediately, many people started asking questions. This armor can be used until I reach the first godly emperor layer. I need an imperial godly herb. The white-haired old man said, Only the first godly emperor layer. You want an imperial godly herb? Many people felt it was a pity. The first godly emperor layer was already unattainable for ordinary groups of the universe. But for groups of the primitive universe like the list of 10,000 clans, it wasn't that difficult. It could only be used until the first godly emperor layer, which meant that once a cultivator reached the second godly emperor layer, the armor's power would be greatly reduced. At the same time, its value would also be greatly reduced. Besides, he needed an imperial godly herb. Imperial godly herbs were very useful for cultivators of the godly emperor layer. It wasn't worth it to exchange for an armor that could only be used until the first godly emperor layer. Therefore, for a while, nobody said anything. After a while, Senior, isn't the demand for an emperor-grade divine medicine a bit too high? Can you change the conditions? Ask someone. This old man needs an emperor-grade divine herb. Is there anyone who wants to trade? Asked the white-haired old man. Nobody replied. Imperial godly herbs were very precious. They were priceless. Of course, no one wanted to exchange them. Even though Lu Ming had more than one imperial godly herb, he wasn't interested in the armor. He didn't have a soul in his consciousness. His soul was in every cell of his body. Ordinary soul attacks were useless against him. Therefore, he wasn't interested in the armor. After a short time, nobody came. The white-haired old man sighed in disappointment. He put the armor away and sat down. "I'll do it." After that, a middle-aged man stood up. Then, a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened it, there was a sword-shaped crystal inside. This is a sword god crystal. It's very useful for people who practice the original strength of swords. It can help them sever shackles. "I want a spiritual enhancing pill." "Who wants it?" asked the middle-aged man. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. "How much can your sword god crystal increase the power of sword type, origin source, secret arts to sever the shackles?" asked someone. "It can increase the efficiency by 50%. said the middle-aged man. 50%. Many people looked even more excited. Being able to increase the efficiency by 50% was already very good. It could greatly shorten the cultivation time. Originally, it would take 10 years. Now it would only take 6 or 7 years. Moreover, for ordinary divine lords and divine emperors, cultivation would take hundreds of millions of years. How much time could this save? However, many people sighed because the spiritual enhancing pill was also very precious. The spiritual enhancing pill could increase a person's potential. Potential was the most important thing for cultivators. Potential determined how far a person could go in the future. It determined the upper limit of a person's cultivation. It was extremely precious. "I'll exchange with you." After a while, someone finally spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that it was an old man. The old man took out a jade bottle and walked in front of the middle-aged man. "Here's a spiritual enhancing pill. Take it and check it," said the old man. The middle-aged man nodded and took the jade bottle. Then, he revealed a satisfied smile. This was indeed a spiritual enhancing pill. He had exchanged it for his children. Increasing the potential of young people was the most important thing. When they got older, it would be difficult to increase their potential. "I'll exchange." The middle-aged man handed the sword god crystal to the old man. Both of them had gotten what they wanted and were happy. Satisfied, they returned to their seats. Then, the exchange continued. "I have a fiery origin fruit here. It's extremely beneficial for cultivating fire-attributed god power. It can help awaken one's origin god power factor, even if it's only 4 or 5 times. I'll exchange it for a treasure that's beneficial for cultivating saber-related origin secret techniques," said a middle-aged woman. Chapter 37:14. Fire source of fruit. The eyes of many people who cultivated fire-attributed divine power lit up. Then, people began to make exchanges. However, Lu Ming was not interested in any of this. In his opinion, the fire source fruit and sword god crystal were far inferior to the life source grass and heavenly source fruit he had obtained from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The sword god crystal was only useful for sword-type origin source secret techniques, and its efficiency was only increased by 50%. The fire source fruit was only useful for fire-attributed divine power, and its efficiency was only doubled. Of course, the duration of these two effects was longer than the life source grass and heavenly source fruit. However, the difference in effectiveness was too great. Firstly, the life source grass and heavenly source fruit had no attribute restrictions. They were useful for divine power of any attribute or origin source secret technique. Secondly, refining one of the life source grass and heavenly source fruit could greatly increase one's divine power of origin or origin source secret technique. It did not require much time. The difference in value between these two items was many times greater. The exchanges continued. However, Lu Ming was not interested in the treasures these people took out. Lu Ming was only interested in 2 treasures. One was a treasure that contained a large amount of energy. However, Lu Ming had many divine herbs in his possession, enough to last him for a while. In addition, Lu Ming was interested in all kinds of secret techniques. This was also the purpose of his visit. However, no one took out any secret techniques to exchange. After a day, at least a few hundred people had exchanged treasures, but none of them was what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to step forward himself. "Let me." Lu Ming stood up, and many people looked at him. His palm glowed, and a divine herb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This is a monarch-grade divine herb. After refining it, it can increase one's cultivation rapidly. It is also very useful for breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, its medicinal effect is 3 times that of divine herbs of the same level. Lu Ming introduced. That was indeed the case. The Dragon Clan's mother planet had been sealed for so many years. The divine herbs produced in those sacred ruins were extremely potent. They were several times more potent than divine herbs of the same level. Hundreds and thousands of fiery gazes gathered on the divine medicine in Lu Ming's hands. After all, most of the people present were divine monarchs. There were very few divine emperors. The effects of this divine medicine were too great for them. What do you need? Someone asked. I want secret techniques. 1 stock of divine medicine for 3 secret techniques that I don't have. Lu Ming said. Exchange secret technique. Everyone was astonished. Similar to Zhang Lebang's previous doubts, ordinary people did not have high requirements for secret techniques. They would only cultivate a few auxiliary secret techniques, and mainly cultivate the essence secret techniques, unless it was a constitution secret technique or one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They didn't know why Lu Ming wanted these secret techniques. However, they didn't think too much about it. It was Lu Ming's business if he wanted to exchange so many secret techniques. They only wanted the divine medicine. I'll switch with you. I'll do it. Immediately, many people shouted. There were at least a few dozen people. I spoke first. I'll switch first. Who said you spoke first? Do you have evidence? I was the one who spoke first. Dozens of people began to compete fiercely. Everyone. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the scene quieted down. Everyone, I have more than 1 stock of divine medicine. As long as you have a secret technique, I'll exchange for it. Lu Ming said. Then, everyone quieted down. I'm the first. An old man rushed out and came in front of Lu Ming. He then took out 3 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. Little brother, there are 3 secret techniques here. Take a look, the old man said. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He shook his head slightly and said, I already have the heavenly eye technique. I need a secret technique that I don't have. Okay, I'll change it. The old man quickly took out another jade token. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ming didn't have this secret technique. Lu Ming handed the divine medicine to the old man and successfully obtained 3 new secret techniques. After putting away the secret techniques, Lu Ming took out another stock of divine medicine. This stock of divine medicine is about the same as the previous one. I still don't have 3 secret techniques. Lu Ming said, I'll do it. I'll go first. Immediately, a large group of people shouted, because Lu Ming needed a secret technique that he didn't have. If he was 1 step early, he would benefit. If he was late and the secret technique he took out overlapped with the previous one, he wouldn't be able to exchange it. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only choose for himself. I'll take this senior. Lu Ming pointed to a middle-aged, burly man and successfully exchanged for 3 new types of secret skills. Just like that, Lu Ming used a total of 10 stocks of divine medicine to exchange for 30 new secret techniques. Now, Lu Ming had 190 secret techniques that he had cultivated and 130 secret techniques that he hadn't cultivated yet. But at this time, Lu Ming didn't continue to take out divine medicines to exchange. After all, he also needed divine medicines. His future cultivation couldn't be separated from energy. Lu Ming would keep the rest. However, Lu Ming still had several treasures on him. Life Source Grass and Heavenly Source Fruit. The Life Source Grass and Heavenly Source Fruit weren't useful to Lu Ming's current body. They were useful to his past body. So Lu Ming didn't bring many of them with him. He only brought a small amount of each. He was looking for an opportunity to exchange for some resources. With a thought, a stalk of Life Source Grass appeared. This is the Life Source Grass. Everyone should have heard of it before. Lu Ming didn't introduce it too much. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Then, everyone stared at the Life Source Grass with burning eyes. The life source grass was useful to all kinds of divine force. Its effects were amazing. It was the best of the best treasures to cultivate origin source divine force. I need a stock of life source grass to exchange for 20 secret techniques that I need. Lu Ming stated his conditions. 20. Everyone looked at each other. Ordinary people wouldn't have too many secret techniques. They couldn't take out 20. Moreover, the secret techniques that Lu Ming needed were the same as the secret techniques that Lu Ming had mastered. He didn't want them. This condition was too difficult. Change your condition. I can use other treasures to exchange with you. A voice sounded. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was the young genius from the heavenly Acrypoid race. His expression was cold, as if he wasn't negotiating with Lu Ming, but giving an order. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time the young genius from the heavenly Acrypoid race had spoken. He must be tempted by the life source grass. Well, the more talented one was, the more tempted they would be to obtain such treasures. The life source grass could save a lot of time. It was too attractive. It could help him to be ahead of the other sky prides. Chapter 37:15. Many people sighed. They knew that since the heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy had spoken, they had no chance of getting the Genesis grass. Lu Ming dared not to give face to the heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy. He had a compromise. However, Lu Ming's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I don't need any other treasures. I only need secret skills. 20 secret skills, not one less. These words shook the hearts of the others. Lu Ming actually rejected the heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy's offer. The heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy's face was gloomy to begin with. Now it was even gloomier. Brat, do you know who I am? I am from the heavenly Acrypoid race. The heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy was about to mention his background, but he was interrupted by Lu Ming. I don't care what race you are from. If you don't have any secret skills, shut up. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming did not care what race you were from. He had even killed the 16th ranked Enyang race back in the dragon race's mother planet. Why would he be afraid of the heavenly Acrypoid race? Many people gasped a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was too daring. He was simply courting death. The heavenly Acrypoid race's prodigy's mouth was half open. Clearly, he hadn't expected that someone on planet Xianxia would dare to talk back to him like this. Ha ha, Huang Fong. It seems like he's not giving you face. On the other side, Yu Chong laughed loudly. He was not afraid of the heavenly Acrypoid race. Huang Fong's face was extremely ugly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming and sat down without saying a word. Brother, I'll take your life origin grass. I'll buy some secret techniques in exchange for it. Yu Chong said. Immediately, Yu Chong took out other treasures and divine gems to buy secret skills from others. He gathered 20 secret skills that Lu Ming needed and exchanged them for the Genesis grass with Lu Ming. Brother, if you have any more Genesis grass or similar treasures, I can use other treasures to exchange them with you. Yu Chong glanced at Lu Ming, looking expectant. No more. Lu Ming shook his head. He still had the Life Genesis grass and Heavenly Yuan fruit, and even Emperor-grade divine herbs, but he had no intention of taking them out. If he exposed too many treasures, he might be targeted by others. Lu Ming was already satisfied with the 50 new secret techniques he obtained this time. The trading continued, and another day passed in the blink of an eye. There weren't any treasures that could move Lu Ming too much. As for the transaction, it was gradually coming to an end. All right, let's end this transaction. 3 years from now, we'll hold another one. You're all welcome. The old man from before announced the end of the trading meet. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang walked together. This time, Jiang Lebang also made 2 transactions and obtained the treasures he needed. He could be considered to have returned from a rewarding journey. On the way, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other hand, Jiang Lebang's expression froze. Because they had been blocked. They were from the Heavenly Locust tribe. Together with 4 burly middle-aged men, Huang Fong stood in front of Lu Ming and the rest. When they saw Lu Ming, The four men's figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang. Huang Fong, what do you want? Jiang Lebang asked coldly. He had a powerful background and was not afraid of the heavenly locust tribe. Jiang Lebang, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm here to look for this brat. Huang Fong said coldly, then smiled wickedly and looked at Lu Ming. Brat, you've got guts. I'll give you a chance now. Give me your storage ring. Kneel down and slap yourself 20 times. Kowtow and admit your mistake, and I'll spare your life. Huang Fong's eyes flickered with greed as he stared at the storage ring in Lu Ming's hand. He thought that since Lu Ming could take out a stalk of life Genesis grass, he most likely still had some left. This made him greedy, and his eyes burned with desire. That brat is done for. I knew it. That brat is so arrogant and daring to talk back to the heavenly locust tribe's Huang Fong. He's really courting death. A fourth-layer divine monarch has such guts. Haha, he's dead for sure. On the side, many people saw the situation here, and some of them were gloating. Some people were like that. If someone else did something they did not dare to do, they would be unhappy and hope that the person would be unlucky. But in the next moment, they shut up and stared. Because Lu Ming said coldly, scram. Scram. Lu Ming told Huang Fong to scram. Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Huang Fong himself was stunned. Even Jiang Lebang was dumbfounded. He's dead. This brat is dead for sure. He doesn't know what's good for him. He could have saved his life if he handed over his storage ring, kowtowed, and slapped himself 20 times. But now he's dead for sure. No one can save him. The surrounding people concluded that Lu Ming was dead for sure. The heavenly locust tribe was ranked 356th on the list of 10,000 primitive races. This ranking did not seem high, but it was not. The primitive universe was too big. There were countless races and forces. It was like the sands of the Ganges. No one could say for sure. Countless races and forces were scattered throughout the boundless Yorwild's universe. Not to mention the 356th place, even those that were ranked in the thousands were terrifyingly large clans. They ruled over vast territories and commanded countless living beings. A race like the heavenly locust tribe was unimaginably powerful. Not to mention the heavenly Acripoid tribe. Just Huang Fong and the four burly middle-aged men that he brought with him were far from what Lu Ming could handle. They were all quasi-emperors. Killing Lu Ming would be no different from killing an ant. As expected, Huang Fong's expression was extremely ugly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Brat, I was merciful and want to give you a chance. But you didn't know how to cherish it. Now you're dead. I'll sentence you to death. Huang Fong said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. He was high and mighty. With one sentence, he wanted to sentence Lu Ming to death. Idiot, Lu Ming said indifferently. With that, he stepped forward and was about to leave. Huang Fong was only a 6th-level divine sovereign. The four middle-aged men were only quasi-emperors. Not long ago, he killed the 130th place winged men. That was 60 quasi-emperors. Why would he care about these people? You're courting death. Huang Fong was about to explode. With a roar, he slashed at Lu Ming with his saber-like palm. The heavenly locust tribe had saber-like arms. His attack was not aimed at Lu Ming's head, but Lu Ming's arm. He did not want Lu Ming to die so easily. He wanted to torture Lu Ming and let Lu Ming die painfully. He wanted to let others know the consequences of offending him. Swish! Lu Ming did not even look at him. He slashed a Huang Fong with his own palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing Lu Ming slash at him, Huang Fong almost laughed out loud. His eyes were full of mockery. Lu Ming actually dared to meet his saber palm. His palm was evolved from the heavenly locust's front claws. It was sharper and tougher than a real divine weapon. Even a divine weapon would be cut in half by him. Lu Ming was asking for it. Chapter 37:16. It wasn't just Huang Fong. Everyone else thought so too. The heavenly Acripoid tribe's palm blade was famous throughout the universe. Finally, the two palms collided. The result was similar to what everyone had expected. Crack! The sound of an arm breaking rang out, followed by a scream as a figure was sent flying. The only difference was that the person who was sent flying with a broken arm wasn't Lu Ming, but Huang Fong. Huang Fong fell heavily to the ground. One of his arms wasn't just broken, it had completely exploded. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. When his palms collided with Lu Ming's, he realized that Lu Ming's palms didn't seem to be made of flesh. They were hundreds of times harder than divine weapons. Everyone else was also dumbfounded, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Putting aside the toughness of his arms, Huang Fong's cultivation base was much higher than Lu Ming's. Huang Fong was a 6th-level Divine Lord, while Lu Ming was only a 4th-level Divine Lord. 2 levels higher, but he was defeated by someone 2 levels lower. Attack! Kill him! Kill him for me! Acripoid Fong roared hysterically. You're courting death! Kill! The 4 middle-aged, burly men shouted angrily, charging toward Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. With a thought, a powerful force burst forth from every cell in his body. He then charged toward the 4 burly middle-aged men. Both sides used palm blades at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Continuous explosions rang out. Then both sides separated. The difference was that Lu Ming didn't move from his spot, while the 4 middle-aged men were sent flying. They retreated a few hundred steps before regaining their footing. Their bodies trembled as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were trembling nonstop and bleeding. They were completely deformed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone stared at Lu Ming as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if they were looking at a monster. A 4th-level Divine Lord had injured 4 quasi-emperors in an instant. Moreover, they were quasi-emperors of the heavenly Acripoid tribe. Was this a dream? This is unbelievable. Jiang Lebang also widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Brother Jiang, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. He did not kill Huang Fong in a rest. After all, there were so many people watching. If he killed Huang Fong, the heavenly Acripoid tribe might seek revenge. It was not easy to gain a new identity. He did not want to be hunted down all over the world. Lu Ming left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Huang Fong glared in the direction Lu Ming had left, his eyes filled with hatred. Lu Ming didn't stay on planet Xianxia. He tore through the air and left planet Xianxia. He came to a barren planet and began his seclusion. He had to first master the 150 secret techniques in his possession. Lu Ming was familiar with the process. He cultivated one secret skill after another. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, Lu Ming had cultivated all 150 secret techniques, fusing them into every cell in his body. There is no doubt that Lu Ming's combat ability had increased. These ordinary secret techniques are limited in power. I wonder how profound the 3,000 ancient secret techniques are. Lu Ming muttered in anticipation. The 3,000 ancient secret techniques were different from ordinary secret techniques. They were profound and unfathomable, and their power was boundless. When cultivated to the peak, they were no weaker than an origin source technique with 9 severed shackles. However, until now, Lu Ming had not encountered any of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. He had not seen their power. Now, Lu Ming had already fused 340 secret techniques. After cultivating the secret techniques, Lu Ming took out a divine herb and began to refine it. Lu Ming had stored some energy before, and he felt that it had reached 30%. However, during this time, Lu Ming had used up a lot of energy, so he continued to store it. The divine herb Lu Ming took out was an emperor-grade divine herb. Its medicinal energy was astonishing. After another 2 years, Lu Ming felt that the energy stored in his cells had reached 50%. The potential was astonishing, and it was just waiting for him to excavate it. Of course, this 50% was relative to Lu Ming's current level. When Lu Ming's cultivation level increased in the future, he would need more energy if he wanted to store 50% of his energy. At this time, Lu Ming's heart shook, and a message appeared in the dream god Jade. It was a message from Jiang Lebang. Why would Jiang Lebang send me a message at this time? Lu Ming pondered. Jiang Lebang's message was not very specific. He only said that there was an opportunity and he wanted to invite Lu Ming along. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. Now, Lu Ming's combat power had increased, and he had stored a large amount of energy that needed to be excavated. If he wanted to excavate it quickly, taking a risk was the best way. Taking a risk could not only excavate his potential, but also obtain opportunities. It was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Ming set off for planet Xianxia. Planet Xianxia was not far from the barren planet that Lu Ming was on. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at planet Xianxia and met Jiang Lebang. "Brother Jiang, what is this opportunity you mentioned?" asked Lu Ming. "It's related to the ruins of the Sky Leap Divine Nation," said Jiang Lebang. Sky Leap Divine Nation. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of it. Jiang Lebang explained, the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation was a huge divine nation in this star field a few dozen stellar years ago. It was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the races on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races list. However, overnight, the Heavenly Transcendence Divine Nation collapsed and was destroyed, disappearing from the world. A powerful force comparable to the primitive 10,000 Races roll disappeared overnight. How could that have happened? Lu Ming was a bit shocked. Which of the races on the primitive 10,000 Races roll didn't have inheritances for countless years? They had a deep foundation and were incomparably powerful. How could it be so easy to destroy them? But they were destroyed overnight. That was shocking. I don't know. No one knows what happened, but someone speculated. At this point, Jiang Lebang stopped. Speculated what? Asked Lu Ming. I can't say. Brother Mu, you can figure out yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Lebang pointed at the sky. Heavenly Palace. Two words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Now, I found out through a secret channel that the ruins of the Skyleap Divine Nation are about to appear. Someone has found the entrance to the ruins. If it's true, there should be a lot of treasures left inside. This is an opportunity. Jiang Lebang's eyes shone with a fiery light. The treasures left behind by a race comparable to the primitive 10,000 Races roll would definitely be shocking. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. Okay, we'll set off in half a month. Not only us, but also 3 other forces. Because the entrance was discovered by us, said Jiang Lebang. Lu Ming nodded and found a place to stay. Half a month later, they set off for the entrance of the Skyleap Divine Nation. Chapter 37:17. The ruins of the heavenly eclipse divine nation were located in a special galaxy. This galaxy was shrouded in dense clouds. This galaxy was called the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Lu Ming, Jiang Lebang, and a group of experts that Jiang Lebang had brought with him appeared outside the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Apart from them, there were also people from 3 other factions. Each side had a large number of people, numbering in the hundreds. So many experts. Lu Ming sensed a little and discovered that among the 4 forces, most of them were quasi-emperors. A large number of quasi-emperors. The rest were mostly 9th-level divine monarchs. After entering the bustling starry sky, the Taishu dynasty couldn't compare to them. The Taishu dynasty was only a pseudo-universal level faction. They couldn't even be considered a true universal level faction. Compared to the bustling starry sky, the difference was too great. Among the powerful races in the starry sky, quasi-emperors were just cannon fodder. Only true divine emperors were considered experts. However, Lu Ming didn't sense the aura of any divine emperors. Of course, perhaps the divine emperors were too strong for Lu Ming to sense. After all, Jiang Lebang didn't say that divine emperors couldn't enter the ruins of the heavenly eclipse divine nation. So Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Let's go in, Jiang Lebang said to the other 3 factions. Soon after, the 4 factions gathered and entered the Cloud Mist Galaxy. Someone took out a map and followed it. After half a day, they found a huge stone door floating in the air. The stone door looked very old and was filled with the marks of time. However, it hadn't decayed. This is the place. This stone door is the entrance to the ruins of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said, "Let's begin," Jiang Lebang said. Soon after, the four factions sent out some experts. These were all formation experts. They surrounded the stone door and began to inscribe formation runes. One rune after another entered the stone door. Not long after, runes appeared on the stone door and slithered around like little snakes. Buzz! Suddenly, the stone door trembled slightly and emitted a dazzling light. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. "Let's go." Immediately, one of the factions took the lead and rushed in. "Brother Lu, let's go," Jiang Lebang shouted and rushed in with his men. Lu Ming followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the people from the four major forces disappeared into the tunnel. Lu Ming felt a slight rotation in the void. The next moment, he realized that he was already high up in the sky. A strong gravitational force came, causing his body to fall. His heart skipped a beat, and his muscles trembled slightly. He stabilized his body and floated in midair. Sweeping his gaze around, he discovered that Jiang Lebang and the others were all floating in the air, sizing them up. Lu Ming also looked down. Below them were strange buildings. These buildings were oval-shaped, with sharp tops that pierced the sky. As far as the eye could see, there were such buildings everywhere. However, many buildings had collapsed. Some had even collapsed or been split in half. Sword marks and saber marks could be clearly seen on the vast earth. Clearly, a great battle had taken place here some time ago. The heavenly transcendence divine nation was destroyed in a single night. It seems like there was an intense battle there, but outsiders don't know about it. Someone sighed. However, some people had already rushed down to the buildings below. The others were worried that others would be the first to rush down, so they also rushed down. This area was very vast. The people of the major forces had spread out to search for buildings and opportunities. Lu Ming also rushed to a building on the side. When he landed on the ground, he realized that these buildings were really huge. Each one was over 1,000 meters tall. Lu Ming entered a building and discovered that there were many statues on both sides of the building. There were a total of 18 statues. However, these statues were just ordinary statues. They didn't seem to have any value. Lu Ming didn't stop and went inside. It was very chaotic inside. There were also statues, but they had already collapsed. It was a mess. Clearly, there had been an intense battle. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense, but didn't find anything valuable. "There's something down there." At this time, a voice sounded. It was Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't by the side of the past, but by the side of the present to adventure together. Xianxia flew out. A few pairs of claws appeared on its round body and scratched out. The rocks on the ground were pushed aside by Xianxia, and then an iron rod was revealed. To be precise, it was half an iron rod. The other half had already disappeared. Xianxia jumped up excitedly, opened its mouth, and swallowed half of the iron rod in one gulp. "This is a treasure." Lu Ming was curious. "Treasure? It's a treasure!" Xianxia cried out. Lu Ming also revealed a look of joy, hoping that Xianxia's cultivation could improve greatly. During this period of time on the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming killed a large number of enemies and obtained countless divine weapons. Most of these divine weapons entered Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia's cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the 5th-level Divine Lord Realm. It wasn't far from the 6th-level Divine Lord Realm. There weren't many things that could be called treasures by Xianxia. After Xianxia ate it, its cultivation would most likely improve greatly, and it might even evolve a corresponding attack method. After Xianxia ate it, it turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's hand. The bracelet that Xianxia turned into was very common, and there were plenty of them on the streets. He wasn't afraid that others would recognize him based on this. After searching for a while, he didn't find anything and continued to move on to other buildings. Next, Lu Ming searched several buildings but didn't find much. He did find a few damaged weapons, but they weren't called treasures by Xianxia. They could only be said to be ordinary. "Let's go up and take a look." Lu Ming pondered. because he had previously discovered that some buildings were built on top of a peak in front of him. Perhaps there would be a big discovery at the center of these buildings. Lu Ming left the buildings and flew towards that peak. Clearly, many people had the same idea as him. They didn't find anything in these buildings, so they all flew towards those buildings on the peak. However, everyone stopped at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a tall stone pagoda standing there. The stone pagoda looked very shabby, but it emitted a grand and lofty aura. Many people's eyes flickered, wondering if there was a treasure in this stone pagoda. "Look, there's blood on the stone pagoda." Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked carefully, and their hearts shook. Sure enough, there was blood on the stone pagoda. Moreover, it looked like fresh blood, bright red, and even slowly flowing. It looked like it had just been splashed. Moreover, this fresh blood also emitted a terrifying aura. Could it be that this stone pagoda is suppressing something? Someone guessed. Should we move the stone pagoda and take a look? Someone suggested, but the others looked at each other in dismay. This stone pagoda looked very strange. If they moved it and something strange happened, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Chapter 37:18. Everyone was a little uncertain. If there were treasures in the tower, wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't move it? But if there was something strange, wouldn't it be dangerous? At this time, Lu Ming noticed something strange. When he stared at the blood on the tower, it seemed to emit a dazzling red light. Then, the red light spread, and the world in Lu Ming's eyes became blood red. Then, the world suddenly changed. The location was still the same, but the people had changed. Jiang Lebang and the others had disappeared, and countless others had appeared. Kill! Battle cries shook the heavens. Many experts flew out from various buildings and soared into the air, charging towards the sky. Violent rumbles came from the sky. "Disloyal people, all of you should die." A cold voice came from the sky. Lu Ming looked toward the sky and saw the clouds churning in the sky. He could vaguely see a few huge figures. They weren't humans, and they were covered by the clouds. He couldn't see their specific appearances. He could vaguely see an existence that looked like a crocodile, and its body was as big as a small mountain. There was also a giant octopus with 8 tentacles that waved around, bringing with them bolts of lightning. As soon as the voice finished speaking, attacks fell from the sky. The lightning bolts were as thick as mountains, and there were also axes chopping down. Immediately, the world was filled with miserable screams. Lightning filled the sky, and axes filled the sky. Those figures that had soared into the sky were directly turned to ashes by the terrifying attacks. Large numbers of experts were killed. The scene was incomparably tragic. Lightning's sea destroys the world. A cold voice came from the sky. Boundless thunder and lightning formed a sea of thunderstorms that pressed down on the ground. Amidst the thunderstorm, there was also a terrifying axe radiance. The sea of lightning enveloped all the buildings, and countless figures exploded and turned to ashes. Disloyal people? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. A sorrowful and indignant voice came from one of the buildings on the peak. An old man appeared. This old man looked very old. His hair was almost falling out, and his face was full of wrinkles. Grief and indignation appeared on his face. He roared and soared into the sky, his body emitting a resplendent golden light. Those who defy the heavenly palace will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from the clouds. Then Lu Ming saw the figure that looked like a giant crocodile brandishing a battle axe and slashing down violently. A shocking axe light slashed towards the old man. Boom! The old man and the axe collided, causing a dazzling golden light to erupt. Then the golden light collapsed, and the old man's body fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Today, the Tianyu divine country shall be destroyed. A cold and aloof voice spread throughout the world. Even if I die, I will drag you all down with me. The old man let out a long howl. His entire body was bathed in blood as he once again soared into the sky. However, This time, a stone pagoda appeared in his hand. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This stone pagoda was exactly the same as the stone pagoda that they had seen previously. Boom! The old man rushed into the clouds with the stone tower in his hand. At this moment, the scene around him changed again. Everything disappeared, and he returned to his previous state. Jiang Lebang and the others were still around him. "Brother Jiang, did you see something strange just now?" asked Lu Ming. "No." Jiang Lebang shook his head and curiously asked, "Could it be that Brother Lu noticed something strange?" Lu Ming looked at the others and didn't see anything strange. It was as if he was the only one who had seen that scene. "When I was staring at his blood, I suddenly noticed that the environment had changed." Immediately, Lu Ming recounted the situation that he had seen earlier. There was nothing to hide, so Lu Ming's voice was very loud. Many people heard it. Many people were shocked when they heard it. Could it be that what you saw was a projection of the battle back then? Is this really related to the Heavenly Palace? Could it be that it was the Heaven Sentinel? Many people's expressions were grave. Heaven Sentinel? Lu Ming was curious. He knew that the Heavenly Palace had the Heaven Sentinel sword that could suppress the heavens. It was a treasure of the Heavenly Palace and possessed terrifying power. Back then, the Yale Lord of Heaven had used the Heaven Sentinel sword to break through the defense of the 10,000 dragon seals. But this was the first time Lu Ming had heard of the Heaven Sentinel. However, Jiang Lebang and the others seemed to be afraid and didn't say anything. The so-called Heaven Sentinel is just the Heavenly Palace's executioners. Bone Devil's voice sounded in his knowledge sea. On the surface, the Heavenly Palace has heavenly soldiers in charge of suppressing the various races of the universe and maintaining the prestige of the Heavenly Palace. But in the dark, they have cultivated a group of Heaven Sentinels. The so-called Heaven Sentinel is just a group of executioners who are secretly responsible for getting rid of those forces or individuals who have disloyalty to the Heavenly Palace. Since ancient times, who knows how many forces or individuals have been secretly killed by the Heaven Sentinel? Clearly, this Sky Pass divination was also the same and was destroyed by the Heaven Sentinel. Bone Devil sneered. So that's how it is. Lu Ming finally understood what he had seen. That huge crocodile and that octopus-like creature were the Heaven Sentinels. And for some unknown reason, the Heavenly Palace thought that the Sky Pass divination was disloyal and sent out Heaven Sentinels to destroy it overnight, causing it to disappear from the universe. It seems that the bottom of this stone tower is really extraordinary. Could there be a Heaven Sentinel suppressed under it? The blood on the stone tower, could it be the Heaven Sentinel's blood? Let's not touch this stone tower. Everyone felt a lingering fear and finally decided not to touch this stone tower. Everyone circled around the stone tower and flew towards the peak. Lu Ming did the same. His speed was very fast, and he arrived at the peak in the blink of an eye and entered a huge palace. Lu Ming saw from the previous scene that this palace was the palace where the old man lived. There were only a few broken statues in the palace. Lu Ming directly walked past them and entered the palace. This is in the depths of the palace. There was a room with some shelves. On the shelves, there were some jade talismans. Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman and saw that it was a secret technique. These jade talismans, could they all be secret techniques? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were at least 100 jade talismans here. Lu Ming waved his hand and collected them all. Other than the jade talismans, Lu Ming also found a bracelet. The bracelet was made of stone beads, and there were a total of 12 of them. It felt warm to the touch, like jade, but it was incomparably heavy. Lu Ming grabbed it and felt like he was grabbing 12 mountains. Treasure. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was clearly extraordinary. Swish. At this time, a dozen figures charged in. They were experts from another of the 4 superpowers called the Qianli sect. The Qianli sect's experts immediately revealed greedy expressions when they saw the bracelet in Lu Ming's hand. "Brat, hand over the bracelet in your hand. Also, hand over everything you obtained just now." A middle-aged man with a sword on his back stared at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. Chapter 37:19. The burly middle-aged man with a combat sword on his back and a dozen other people were glaring at Lu Ming. Not only did they want Lu Ming's bracelet, but they also wanted Lu Ming's interspatial ring. There were quite a few shelves here, so they didn't believe there was only one bracelet. The four factions all came here first. First come, first served. I came here first, so the things here are naturally mine. Lu Ming said, "First come, first served? Huh. Don't you know the principle of first come first?" The middle-aged man with a sword on his back sneered. "Of course I know that. Since that's the case, this treasure should belong to me." Lu Ming smiled and put the bracelet into his interspatial ring. "Brat, you're courting death." The eyes of the middle-aged man with a sword on his back flashed with cold, killing intent. In his view, Lu Ming was playing with him. Lu Ming meant that Lu Ming had become stronger. He was a quasi-emperor, while Lu Ming was a mere fourth-level divine lord. He was stronger than him. If this wasn't playing with him, then what was? "Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The middle-aged, burly man with a combat sword on his back shouted coldly. He used his fingers as a sword and pierced toward Lu Ming. A sharp ray of sword chi stabbed at Lu Ming. A casual attack from a quasi-emperor sword cultivator was extremely powerful. The other people from the Qinli sect relaxed. In their view, Lu Ming was dead for sure. If a quasi-emperor wanted to kill a fourth-level divine monarch, there would only be one outcome for this person, and that was death. There would not be a second outcome. In an instant, the sword chi arrived in front of Lu Ming. The middle-aged, burly man with a combat sword on his back revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he could see Lu Ming revealing a regretful expression and then being killed. Unfortunately, he didn't see any regret or panic on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's expression hadn't changed at all, tranquil and indifferent. Just as the sword chi was about to hit Lu Ming's forehead, Lu Ming stretched out two fingers and pinched the sword chi. A poof! The sword chi was like a useless wisp of air, directly dispersing without causing any harm to Lu Ming. The other members of the Qianli sect opened their mouths in shock. Obviously, this scene was completely different from what they had imagined. This brat can block senior apprentice brother Lu's attack? How is that possible? I guess he was just lucky. Also, senior brother Lu didn't use much strength in that casual attack. Definitely. These people nodded repeatedly, as if they had found a reason to convince themselves. For them to believe that a fourth-level divine lord could block a quasi-emperor's attack, it was impossible. They didn't want to believe it. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that they were useless? However, the middle-aged man with the battle sword on his back was not so relaxed. His face turned serious. Only he knew that he had used 30% of his strength just now. 30% of a quasi-emperor's strength, let alone a fourth-level divine lord. Even an eighth-level divine lord would be dead. Even a ninth-level divine lord had to be treated with caution. But Lu Ming had casually blocked it. This was not normal. "Brat, you have some strength, but your fate today is already decided." The middle-aged man with a sword on his back said coldly as he drew his sword from his back. Lu Ming blocking his attack didn't make him retreat. Instead, it stimulated his killing intent. If he retreated today, how could he raise his head in front of his junior apprentice brothers? Buzz! The battle sword vibrated, and a terrifying aura erupted. "Kill!" The middle-aged, burly man shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, he dashed out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled, enveloping Lu Ming's body. "If you don't seek death, you won't die." Lu Ming shook his head. He had already shown mercy, wanting the other party to retreat. But since the other party wanted to die, he could only fulfill his wish. Boom! Lu Ming directly punched out. The void shook violently, and the space exploded directly. The horrifying fist force was like a tsunami, and it crushed toward the middle-aged man. Bang! The other party's sword energy directly scattered. The fist landed on the middle-aged man's sword, causing it to shatter like glass. The fist didn't stop and continued to land on the middle-aged man's body. "No!" The middle-aged, burly man let out a horrified and regretful scream. Then his body turned into ashes under the force of Lu Ming's fist. The remaining people of the Qianli sect were completely stunned. A fourth-level divine lord killed a quasi-emperor with a single punch. What was going on? Were they seeing things, or were they dreaming? If it was real, how was it possible? A divine lord. This is a divine lord. He's deliberately pretending to be a pig, to eat a tiger, to trick us. They couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Run, run. One of them roared and frantically retreated. The remaining people also reacted and wanted to flee. However, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Since he had already attacked, Lu Ming wouldn't let these people off. According to his experience, he had already killed the middle-aged man and offended the Qianli sect. If he let these people leave, the Qianli sect wouldn't let this matter rest. Instead, they would take revenge by sending even stronger experts. Lu Ming had experienced this kind of thing too many times. In order to reduce one potential enemy, these people had to be eliminated. These people weren't good people. If Lu Ming wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming's cold voice sounded, and he launched an attack. With Lu Ming's current strength, these people wouldn't even be able to escape. In less than a minute, the Qianli sect's experts had all died. Lu Ming silently left. Boom! Just at this moment, a terrifying explosion rang out. Heaven and earth trembled. Roar! Then a tyrannical roar rang out. It was like a demon that had been suppressed for countless years was about to come out. What's going on? Lu Ming was startled. He soared into the sky and looked into the distance. The others did the same. They all flew into the sky and looked in the direction of the roar. It's that stone tower. Damn it, someone touched that stone tower. Someone roared. As expected, there were many more people at the stone tower. There were at least 1,000 of them. The sky locust race, the frost moon vine race. Lu Ming's gaze moved. Among these people, he immediately saw the figures of the sky locust race and the frost moon vine race. The locust Fong he had met at the trade fair was always there. Chapter 3720. The stone pagoda was moved away by a burly man from the heavenly locust tribe. Under the original stone tower, a dazzling light was emitted. ZZ bolts of lightning shot out from the bottom of the stone tower. Roar! Another terrifying roar came out, shaking the heaven and earth violently. Not good. There's an expert suppressed under the stone tower. Quickly release him. Hurry. At this moment, people from the heavenly locust tribe, the frost moon vine tribe, and a few other forces shouted in shock. The burly man from the heavenly locust tribe wanted to put the stone pagoda back, but it was too late. Thunderous roars filled the sky. From the place where the stone pagoda had been suppressing, a few tentacles stretched out. They looked like tentacles of an octopus. Each tentacle was extremely huge, reaching over 100 meters long and covered in lightning. The tentacles swept across, and huge thunderbolts burst out. Many people were enveloped by the lightning. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. Regardless of whether it was 8th-level Divine Lord, 9th-level Divine Lord, or Divine Sovereign, it was all the same. Instant kill, retreat, quickly retreat. Huang Fong and Yu Chong retreated hastily under the protection of numerous experts. The burly man from the heavenly Acrypoid race who had moved the stone pagoda hurriedly threw it down and retreated. Disloyal people, kill. A cold and tyrannical roar was heard. Then, a gigantic octopus appeared. The octopus floated in the air and waved its 8 tentacles. Lightning filled the sky as it charged toward the crowd. Some of the lightning bolts even charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Damn it! Why are the heavenly locust race and the frozen moon vine race here? On Lu Ming's side, some people roared and fled in all directions. If we can find the entrance to Tianyu God country, others can naturally find it as well. Let's go. Everyone fled in all directions to avoid the lightning attacks. However, one of them was struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Flesh, I need flesh. The octopus seemed to have woken up from a dream. It finally understood the situation. Greed and desire shone in its eyes as it charged toward the heavenly locust tribe and the icy moon vine tribe. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with them. "Bastard, you're courting death." An angry roar came from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe. Then, an elder from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe shot up into the sky, and runes appeared all over his body. As the runes scattered, a terrifying aura burst out from them. "God King, this is definitely the aura of a God King." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A divine emperor from the heavenly Acrypoid race had come in, but he had concealed his chi with a talisman. These divine emperors seemed to be afraid of something, which was why they had sealed their cultivation with a sealing technique. If the heavenly Acrypoid race was like this, the other forces would probably do the same. Swish, the god emperor of the heavenly Acrypoid race, transformed into his true form, a giant locust, and rushed toward the octopus. The sharp claws of the heavenly Acrypoid tribe were like divine blades as they slashed at the octopus, colliding with the thunderbolts of the octopus. There was a huge explosion in the area that destroyed the heavens and the earth. After a few moves, the heavenly Acrypoid race expert retreated. However, he was blocked by the heavenly Acrypoid race expert. "Everyone, if we don't act now, when are we going to? This octopus has been suppressed for many years. It doesn't have much strength left. Let's kill it together, otherwise we'll all be killed." The heavenly Acrypoid race's divine emperor roared. "Kill!" The octopus roared. Its 8 tentacles were incomparably huge, extending and sweeping in all directions. The suckers on the octopus's tentacles released a terrifying suction force. Many people screamed in fear as they were sucked into the suckers. Then, they disappeared into the suckers. Not even their bones were left behind. "Attack! Let's kill this octopus together." A few angry roars sounded. A figure rushed out from the direction of the icy moon vine race. This person's body was covered with many talismans, which were also sealing talismans, sealing his own chi. Boom! The sealing talismans dispersed, and a divine emperor's chi burst out. At the same time, several other forces, such as the Qianli sect and Jiang Libang's forces, also had divine emperors break out of their seals, releasing their chi. A total of 7 divine emperors rushed toward the octopus. Boom! Boom! Dazzling divine light burst out, and powerful waves of chi swept across half the sky, creating a terrifying explosion. A battle between divine emperors was incomparably terrifying. Others didn't dare to get close, so they all retreated far away. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In a few flashes, he had distanced himself from the octopus. "These are divine emperors? I'm not their match." Lu Ming's expression was grave. Although he could easily kill quasi-emperors, the difference between quasi-emperors and divine emperors was too great. No matter how strong he was, he still wasn't a match for divine emperors, even if they were the lowest level of divine emperors. Only divine emperors could participate in this battle. Those below divine emperors had all retreated far away. Lu Ming also quickly flew away, leaving this place. In any case, he had pretty much explored this place. Lu Ming had obtained some secret techniques, as well as a bracelet whose effects he didn't know. It had been worth it. A moment later, Lu Ming was already far away from that place. Lu Ming could no longer feel the fluctuations of the battle there. Lu Ming continued flying forward. Soon, he arrived at a primitive forest. The forest was extremely dense. Ancient trees stretched as far as the sky. Lu Ming stood in the air, watching from a distance. He saw the shadow of a huge building in the forest. If there was a building, then there might be an opportunity. Lu Ming carefully flew into the forest. He didn't see anything strange along the way. There were only flourishing plants in this forest. There were no animals. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the center of the forest. There really were a large number of buildings here, but they had all collapsed. Many of them were completely deformed. They had clearly experienced an intense battle and exploded. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton. Its flesh had already rotted, leaving behind only a skeleton. Its bones were sparkling and translucent, more exquisite than the most exquisite jade. He couldn't see what kind of race it was. It looked like a tiger, but it also looked like a lion. But there was a single horn on its head that pointed straight to the sky. It was incomparably sharp, even sharper than a divine sword. But what attracted Lu Ming's attention was each of its joints. In every joint of the skeleton, there were round pearls as white as jade. Bone Bead Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a special race. Under special conditions, the corpse would condense bone beads after it died. It gathered a large amount of the life essence of this creature when it was alive. It was a top-grade treasure in the universe. He didn't expect that this creature would actually form bone beads. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could feel the vast life energy in the bone beads. Although Lu Ming had a lot of divine herbs on him, which would be enough for a short period of time, it was naturally better to have more of such treasures. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, his energy consumption would become more and more astonishing. The divine herbs on hand were simply not enough. Chapter 37:21. Lu Ming didn't immediately collect the bone bead. Instead, he sent out his spiritual sense to investigate the surrounding area. Spiritual sense came from the soul. Now that Lu Ming's soul was spread to every cell in his body, his spiritual sense was also coming from every cell in his body. It was very calm. There was nothing strange, and there were no living creatures. Lu Ming didn't sense any danger. Lu Ming was relieved. With a flash of his body, he headed toward the skeleton. When Lu Ming approached the skeleton, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. There's danger. Retreat. Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. At this moment, the shadow cast by the skeleton suddenly moved. A shadow stretched out like a javelin, stabbing toward Lu Ming at a shocking speed. Block! Lu Ming sent out a punch. But that shadow was not only fast, but it was also unpredictable. When it approached Lu Ming's fist, it twisted and went around Lu Ming's fist, stabbing toward Lu Ming's chest. Not good. Lu Ming cried out inwardly. In an instant, his body released a dazzling light. This was a defensive secret art he had fused into his cells. Over 50 kinds of defensive secret arts erupted at once. However, these defensive secret arts were unable to block the shadow's attack. They were directly pierced through. With a sound, a bloody hole appeared in Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming's body flew backward, crashing into and breaking a few trees with a diameter of more than 10 meters. What a powerful attack! It even included a spiritual attack. Lu Ming felt a burning pain in his chest. His expression was grave. His secret art didn't have much of an effect on that shadow's attack. The reason was because it contained a powerful spiritual attack. It had directly pierced through his secret art's defenses. His chest had been completely pierced through. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and so was his heart. However, although Lu Ming's body was similar to an ordinary person's, he no longer had any vital points. There was no difference between the major organs, the brain, and the ordinary muscles of the hands and feet. The potential in his cells erupted, and his wounds healed rapidly. As for the soul attack, his soul had already been dispersed to every cell in his body. The places that had been attacked just now had indeed suffered heavy damage. However, his soul had been split into 60 trillion parts, so these attacks were harmless. The soul power in the other cells was constantly replenished to the places that were attacked, and the souls in the places that were attacked were rapidly recovering. In an instant, Lu Ming's wound healed. What kind of attack or creature is this? Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the shadow under the white bones. Previously, Lu Ming thought that this was a shadow cast by white bone, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. Or rather, there was some strange creature hiding under the shadow of the white bones. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and was still unwilling to leave. The life energy of that kind of bone pearl was too abundant. Its value was definitely above emperor-grade divine medicine. It was extremely rare and hard to come by. I need to get it as quickly as possible. Lu Ming revealed a resolute look. Then his body shook and he dashed out, pouncing on Baigu. The instant he charged, all the speed secret arts he had fused with his cells erupted. This caused Lu Ming's speed to explode. It was like a bolt of lightning as he charged at Whitebone. However, just as Lu Ming approached Whitebone, the shadow below began to rapidly wriggle. Then 5 or 6 black shadows shot at Lu Ming. Each one of them was like a javelin, but their speed was shocking. Dodge Lu Ming's heart shook, and he quickly changed his position to dodge the javelin attacks. However, the shadow suddenly began to rapidly expand. It spread along the ground and rapidly grew, enveloping everything within 100 miles. Then countless javelins appeared from all directions and stabbed at Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He had underestimated this shadow. This shadow's power was beyond his imagination. From all directions, there were at least hundreds of shadow javelins stabbing towards him, densely covering every direction. Even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge, he couldn't. He could only break. Break! Lu Ming roared. His body began to emit a resplendent light, making him look like a sun. His fists constantly punched out, and one fist energy after another exploded in a certain direction. At the same time, he also used many offensive secret arts. Divine Dragon Aspect Art. 9 dragons roar the ice chain, 9 chains like long snakes dancing in the air. 9 Chi Sword Art. Sword Art unhindered all kinds of attacks attack those shadow javelins together. This space exploded, releasing intense, rumbling sounds. Under this incomparably powerful power, the shadow javelins' spiritual attacks were somewhat affected. Some of them were distorted, and some of them were slowed down. But it was still difficult to block them all. These shadow attacks were still stubbornly advancing. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere. More than 10 wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body instantly. It was hideous and terrifying. Lu Ming circulated all his strength to recover. Then he took a step and soared into the sky, but was already too late. At this moment, that shadow was like a sphere completely enveloping everything within 100 miles. Whoosh! Shadow javelins appeared above his head, stabbing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but he was still hit, and a few more wounds appeared on his body. I can't continue like this. I have to charge out. Otherwise, even if I have a taboo body, I'll be exhausted to death by this monster. Lu Ming's thoughts rapidly turned. Although his recovery speed was extremely fast, he could still recover no matter how heavy his injuries were. But he needed time, and he needed energy. Although he had stored up a large amount of energy before, and he felt that he had around 50% of it left, his energy consumption was extremely shocking. At this moment, he felt that his energy was rapidly being consumed. So he couldn't be trapped here. He had to charge out. Charge! Lu Ming clenched his teeth. Staring in one direction, he quickly charged out. At the same time, his fists were constantly punching out. All kinds of secret arts were constantly unleashed. But his body didn't stop. The result of this was that he was constantly being hit. More and more wounds appeared on his body. His entire body was dyed red with blood. But he didn't care. He continued charging. He wasn't an ordinary person. If an ordinary person suffered such a heavy injury, their combat power would be greatly reduced, and they would be in danger. But he wouldn't. As long as he could charge out, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they could be healed. Finally, Lu Ming reached the edge of the shadow barrier. In front of him, he was blocked by a black shadow barrier. Boom! Lu Ming continuously punched out. Several of his fists landed on the shadow barrier, but it didn't budge. Chapter 37:22. His berserk attack landed on the shadow light curtain. The shadow light curtain didn't budge. It had no effect. Lu Ming paled. His attack was actually unable to break through the shadow light curtain. At this time, the shadow light curtain counterattacked. Javelins appeared on the light curtain and shot towards Lu Ming. Many wounds immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body, penetrating from front to back. Lu Ming coughed up blood, but his gaze was still resolute. He hadn't lost hope. Taboo energy. Lu Ming shouted. His cells began to tremble. Strands of taboo energy began to spread. This time, the taboo energy didn't hide within his body. Instead, it appeared. A layer of transparent energy covered Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming once more punched the shadow light curtain. A shocking scene appeared. Lu Ming's fist directly pierced through the shadow light curtain. A miserable scream came from the shadow light curtain, and then it began to rapidly squirm. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a few more punches and screams could be heard again. The shadow screen wriggled even more violently before shrinking rapidly. Naturally, the encirclement around Lu Ming was broken. I really didn't expect the taboo energy to be able to restrain this shadow. I have to go. Lu Ming didn't dare to stop in the slightest. He crazily charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 miles away. But when he turned back, his pupils shrank. That shadow shrunk and actually turned into a pitch-black creature. This life form looked like a tiger, but it wasn't. It had a single horn on its head, and it was extremely similar to the skeleton's body. Could it be that this shadow evolved from the skeleton's body after it died? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, and he continued to dash forward. That one-horned shadow beast only icily looked at Lu Ming. It didn't chase after him. After a while, its body began to fade, and it merged back into the skeleton's shadow. Lu Ming continued to run. As he ran, his injuries healed at an extremely fast rate. In just a few minutes, the wounds on his body had disappeared. The internal wounds were also recovering quickly. My strength has increased again. I'm not far from 5th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He discovered that along with the recovery of his injuries, his cultivation was also rising rapidly. He was already close to peak 4th level Divine Lord. This was because he had gone through an intense battle. After being injured, his cells had repaired themselves and released the potential within. The more I get beaten up, the stronger I become. Then wouldn't I become a masochist in the future? Lu Ming was speechless. The cultivation method of his taboo power was really strange. Of course, if he just stood there and let the other party attack him, it wouldn't be of much use. Only in a truly intense battle, a battle of life and death, could one's potential be truly stimulated. When Lu Ming rushed out of the forest, his injuries were basically healed. It's that brat. Stop him. At this moment, a shout rang out. In front, a group of people were chasing after Lu Ming. The one leading them was actually Huang Fong. These people were from the heavenly Acrypoid race. There were at least 20 experts rushing towards Lu Ming. They were all quasi-emperors. How unlucky. Lu Ming was speechless. He had just rushed out of the forest when he encountered the heavenly Acrypoid race. Huang Fong's face was gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Huang Fong, I spared your life back then. If you don't know when to stop, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Ming said coldly. You'll have to bear the consequences. How dare you threaten me? Who do you think you are? You're just a bug. Crush him. Huang Fong roared, his face contorted. Lu Ming actually dared to mention that matter in front of him. This was simply poking at his sore spot, making him go crazy. Kill. The 20 quasi-emperors transformed into their locusts. Their claws were like blades as they attacked Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His killing intent was like a blade. He had gone around Huang Fong previously to avoid offending the heavenly Acrypoid race and being harassed by them. Originally, he had thought that with the vastness of the primitive universe, he would not cross paths with Huang Fong again. He also thought that the heavenly Acrypoid race would not go after him just because he had beaten up Huang Fong. But he did not expect to meet Huang Fong in the ruins of the heavenly Eclipse Divine Kingdom. Moreover, Huang Fong looked like he wanted to kill him. Lu Ming decided not to hold back anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. He activated the offensive secret technique in his palm, causing Lu Ming's palm to become incomparably sharp. With a slash of his palm, the void split open. 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly Acrypoid race were killed before they could even scream. Now, Lu Ming had integrated even more secret techniques into his body. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 4th layer Divine Lord realm. His battle strength had increased. Killing quasi-emperors was like killing chickens for him. After killing the 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acripoid race, Lu Ming turned around and swept his palm. A blinding blade light shot out from his palm. 3 quasi-emperors of the heavenly acripoid race were cut in half at the waist. Destructive energy exploded from their bodies, destroying their souls. 5 quasi-emperors were killed in the first exchange. They could not even withstand a single blow. The other quasi-emperors felt a chill run down their spines. Their faces were pale, and they did not dare to attack. They quickly retreated. However, since Lu Ming had already killed the experts of the heavenly acripoid race, he would not hold back. It was best to kill all of them. Kill! Lu Ming roared and chased after the quasi-emperors of the heavenly acripoid race. Bastard, how dare you! With a furious roar, a terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a planet. His body shook violently, and he could not help but retreat. Divine Emperors. Lu Ming's expression was extremely grave. An elder stepped out from beside Huang Fengli. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. Kill this bastard! Huang Fengli shouted. Boom! The elder's aura became even more terrifying. He took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. I miscalculated. Lu Ming frowned. Previously, the heavenly acripoid race's divine emperor had fought against the octopus. Lu Ming had seen it before. It was not this person. Therefore, Lu Ming had been careless and did not retreat immediately. Clearly, there was more than one divine emperor from the heavenly acripoid race. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming retreated and dashed into the forest. You want to escape from my hands? Young man, you must be dreaming. The elder sneered and stepped forward. He stretched out a withered hand and grabbed downwards. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook violently. 9 saber lights appeared in the sky and slashed down on Lu Ming. Open! Lu Ming bellowed and unleashed all his power. The battle word incantation increased his combat power by 5 times to the maximum. Chapter 37:23. Lu Ming exerted all his strength. He activated the battle incantation, increasing his combat power by 5 times. He made dozens of moves consecutively. Dang, dang, dang! Lu Ming's attack hit the saber gleam in front of him. It was as if he had hit a metal saber, and there was a loud explosion. Crack! Then, cracks appeared on the saber gleam. The cracks were densely packed. With Lu Ming's final blow, the saber gleam crumbled into pieces. Lu Ming's figure shot forward. This brat, the divine emperor's pupils shrank, revealing a look of disbelief. He never thought that a mere 4th-level divine lord could actually break one of his blade lights. This made killing intent flash explosively in his eyes. He was a dignified divine emperor, but his saber light had been broken by a 4th-level divine lord. What face did he have left? Die! The elder of the divine emperor realm shouted coldly. He was getting serious. He pressed his palms, and the remaining 8 saber gleams shone brightly. Their power increased tremendously as they slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already covered a distance of thousands of miles. However, the elder of the divine emperor realm was even faster. His saber radiance covered tens of thousands of miles and shrouded Lu Ming in it. There was no way to escape. Break! Lu Ming roared, attacking with all his strength. He wanted to break the saber light that was slashing down on him. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds erupted, and powerful energy overflowed in all directions. The forest was torn apart, and ancient trees continuously exploded. In the end, Lu Ming managed to block the saber light. But this time, the saber light was even stronger than before. Although Lu Ming managed to block it, he was injured. Bloody scars appeared on his body. They were all caused by the saber light's energy. Blood flowed freely. The bones in his hand were cracked, and his bones were clearly visible. However, Lu Ming had only blocked one saber light. There were still 7 more above him. Divine Emperors are truly powerful. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He definitely couldn't face them head-on. He was still far from being able to do so. Lu Ming activated all of his agility and speed secret techniques, raising his speed to the extreme. Swish! Swish! His figure flashed rapidly. It was as if there were figures all over the mountain. In the end, a few saber lights missed their target and slashed into the ground. A few 100,000 miles long cracks appeared on the ground and went deep into the ground. However, there were still a few saber lights that were not blocked. No matter how Lu Ming dodged, it seemed to lock onto him. In the end, Lu Ming was hit. His body flew out like a cannonball, breaking a large number of trees. Pain, burning pain. Lu Ming's body was almost split in half. It could be said that he had been split into 2 halves. No, 3 halves. This was because his body had been completely split apart after being hit by the 2-blade auras. Only a small amount of muscle was left to hold his body together. All of the cells in his body were constantly surging with energy. Lu Ming's body quickly recovered. Those muscles were wriggling crazily like small snakes, connecting his body back together. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's body had been reconnected. He ran madly towards the depths of the forest. He was no match for a divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to even escape. If he wanted to escape, he would need external help. Lu Ming thought of that skeleton, that shadow of a creature. What kind of monster is this? The people of the heavenly Acrypoid race saw this scene, and their hearts beat violently. Lu Ming had been hit by a divine emperor consecutively. His body had been split apart. If it had been someone else, they would have been dead. However, Lu Ming was actually fine. His recovery ability was simply terrifying. It was ridiculously strong. In just a few breaths, he had recovered a lot from his serious injuries. Even the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's heart beat violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Chase!" The elder of the Divine Emperor Realm shouted coldly. He stepped out and chased after Lu Ming madly. "Let's chase him together. Don't let him escape." Huang Fong roared and led the experts of the heavenly Acrypoid race to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming burst out with his maximum speed, rushing towards the skeleton with all his strength. While rushing, he also had to dodge the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's attacks. On the way, Lu Ming was hit several times and was heavily injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had a taboo body, so he managed to survive. "I'm here." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally saw the skeleton. He did not hesitate to rush towards the skeleton. "That's a bone pearl." The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's eyes lit up. He did not hesitate to rush towards the skeleton. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a few terrifying blade lights towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the shadow under the skeleton wriggled violently, and a dozen shadow javelins shot out. Most of them were aimed at the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. Only a few of them were aimed at Lu Ming. This was because the elder at the Divine Emperor Realm was much more threatening than Lu Ming. Boom, 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 the shadow javelins hit the blade lights and broke through them. They continued towards the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's expression changed. He waved his hand madly, and a terrifying attack broke out, blocking the shadow javelins. On the other hand, Lu Ming covered his fist with taboo strength and blocked the shadow javelins. Roar! The shadow under the skeleton roared furiously. Then, the shadow wriggled violently and covered a radius of 100 li. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There were at least a few hundred shadow javelins in all directions, stabbing towards Lu Ming and the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. Of course, most of them were aimed at the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously and tried his best to resist. The shadow javelins contained a soul attack. Even he had to be careful. As for Lu Ming, he charged forward with all his might. He opened up a path with the taboo force and rushed to the front of the shadow light curtain. He broke the shadow light curtain with one punch. With a flash, he dashed out of the light curtain and ran away. Damn it! The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously and tried his best to resist the shadow javelins. He rushed towards the direction where Lu Ming had escaped. However, when he reached the place where Lu Ming had been, the shadow light curtain had already healed. Boom! The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man slashed the shadow light curtain with his blade. The shadow light curtain shook violently, but it did not break immediately. Break! Break! The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared. His divine strength soared to the sky, and a vast blade light pierced through the sky. In the end, under the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man's torrential attacks, the shadow light curtain shrunk and turned into a black creature with a horn on its head. At first glance, one could tell that this creature was not real. Its body was slightly distorted. The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man looked around, but did not see Lu Ming's figure. Damn it! The Divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared furiously, his face pale. Although he had managed to break through the shadow barrier, he had also suffered some injuries. His soul had been injured. Chapter 37:24. The heavenly Acrypoid race's Divine Emperor Realm Elder's face turned ugly. He had suffered a great loss this time. Not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming, but his soul was also injured. An injury to one's soul was very troublesome. Roar! The pitch-black single-horned creature roared and charged towards the Divine Emperor Realm Elder. Bastard! The Divine Emperor Realm Elder roared and fought with the creature with his saber. At this moment, Huang Fong and his men finally arrived. Where is that bastard? Huang Fong did not see Lu Ming's figure and roared. Then, he turned and saw the skeleton and the bone pearl. That's the bone pearl. Such rich life energy. It's mine. Huang Fong revealed a greedy expression and charged towards the skeleton with his men. Don't come over, back off. The heavenly Acrypoid race's Divine Emperor Realm Elder shouted, but it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh on the ground. A shadow spear pierced towards the heavenly Acrypoid race. Puff, puff, puff in an instant. More than 10 heavenly Acrypoid race experts were pierced, their souls destroyed, and they died on the spot. If Huang Fong did not have someone protecting him, he would have died. Retreat, retreat. Huang Fong roared and retreated frantically. The rest of the heavenly Acrypoid race also retreated frantically. At the same time, the Divine Emperor Realm Elder attacked with all his might, stopping the single-horned creature's attack and allowing Huang Fong and his men to escape. They did not dare to come close again. The Divine Emperor Realm Elder and the single-horned creature exchanged more than 10 moves. The Divine Emperor Realm Elder was at a disadvantage. His soul was injured and his face was pale. He was careless and was hit by a shadow spear. A bloody hole appeared in his body. The Divine Emperor Realm Elder roared and fought his way out of the encirclement, retreating unwillingly. The single-horned creature glanced coldly at Huang Fong and his men, but did not chase after them. Where is that bastard? Huang Fong asked. He was referring to Lu Ming. I was entangled by the shadow, and that bastard took the chance to escape. Don't let me see him again. I will kill him. The Divine Emperor Realm Elder shouted coldly. He's lucky, Huang Fong said reluctantly. Then, his gaze shifted as he said, we can't give up on those bone pearls. I've already sent out the news. Once the other experts arrive, we'll hunt down that shadow creature together. This time, there was more than one Divine Emperor from the heavenly Acrypoid race. The people from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe came to the outskirts of the forest and waited. As for Lu Ming, he had already found a secluded place to cultivate and recover. Previously, he had been injured by the shadow and the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man. If it had been someone else, he would have died at least 10 times. However, he had managed to survive. All the muscles and bones in his body were wriggling at an astonishing speed, recovering. It did not take long for his body to be completely healed, and not the slightest wound could be seen on his body. The potential of each of his cells was stimulated. Lu Ming's body was filled with surging energy. This energy was then absorbed by the taboo force, strengthening the taboo force. Every single cell in his body was becoming tougher and stronger. When these cells gathered together, Lu Ming's body became even stronger. Boom! After the aura on Lu Ming's body reached a critical point, it suddenly soared and rushed to another height. Breakthrough! Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through again, reaching the 5th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. In such a short time, Lu Ming's cultivation base had broken through from the 3rd layer of the Divine Lord Realm to the 5th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. This speed was simply inconceivable. Of course, this was also in exchange for Lu Ming's injuries. However, the energy consumption is also shocking. I'm only left with a little more than 10%. Lu Ming felt the energy in his body and sighed. Previously, it was equivalent to 50%. This was in exchange for refining 2 Emperor-grade divine herbs. In just a short while, he had used up 30%. The Emperor-level divine medicine was very useful even for divine emperors. Its medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming had consumed more than 1 stalk of medicinal efficacy, yet it had only broken through 1 level of cultivation. It could be seen that Lu Ming needed a huge amount of energy to cultivate. It was even more than the energy he had used to cultivate the 11 types of divine power. But the harvest was also huge. After breaking through by 1 layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength would increase explosively. After a short time, Lu Ming's aura stabilized. With my current fighting strength, even the weakest 1st layer of the Divine Lord Realm isn't enough. It's barely enough. Lu Ming pondered. That Divine Lord Realm old man from before was probably only at the 1st layer of the Divine Lord Realm, but his fighting strength was already terrifying. If it weren't for Lu Ming's tenacious vitality, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Even if he had broken through now, he still wasn't his opponent. I wonder what that bracelet does. Let's try it out. It's not bad if it can increase my fighting strength. Lu Ming thought of the bracelet he had obtained before. With a thought, the bracelet appeared in his hand. It was incomparably heavy. Lu Ming held it in his hand as if he was holding 12 mountains. Let's see if I can refine it. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The taboo power slowly flowed into the bracelet. Once it flowed into the bracelet, it encountered a strong resistance. It was the spiritual will left behind by the previous owner of the bracelet. But when that spiritual will came into contact with the forbidden strength, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Forbidden strength is really easy to use. Lu Ming smiled. That bracelet had been preserved for such a long time, but it was still full of spirituality. It was definitely extraordinary. The previous owner of the bracelet must have been extremely strong. The spiritual will left behind by such an existence was definitely not weak. If he used ordinary divine power, it would be very difficult to destroy it. Even if he could, it would take a long time. But now, in just a short time, the spiritual will of the bracelet had been destroyed. After that, Lu Ming used his forbidden strength to leave a mark on the bracelet. Then he dripped a drop of blood on it. That way, the bracelet was completely under Lu Ming's control. Let's try it. Lu Ming activated the forbidden power and poured it into the bracelet. Buzz! The bracelet trembled slightly and released a dazzling light. Then one of the stone beads flew out and rapidly grew in size. Then a terrifying power came out of the stone bead. Boom! Down below, ancient trees exploded. Many stones also exploded. The ground kept sinking. In just a moment, a crater 100 miles wide and 100 meters deep appeared on the ground. Gravity, what powerful gravity! Lu Ming discovered that the energy coming from the stone bead was gravity. The incomparably powerful gravity directly pressed down on the ground. Continue. Lu Ming continued to use his forbidden strength. Then another stone bead flew out. Boom! The ground kept exploding and sinking. The gravity was 10 times stronger than before. Chapter 3725. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He realized that when he used 2 stone pearls together, The gravitational force was 10 times stronger than when he used only one stone pearl. In that case, the power would be very terrifying. Lu Ming reckoned that even a quasi-emperor would not be able to withstand the pressure and would die. Even a cultivator of the first godly emperor layer would be greatly affected. 2 stone pearls are already so powerful. What about 3, 4, 5, 12? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He wanted to give it a try. He continued to use his forbidden energy into the stone pearls. But this time, the stone pearls didn't react at all. Little boy, you're too weak. You can't use more stone pearls. You can only use 2 at most. If you want to use more, you need to become stronger. Gu Mo reminded him. Lu Ming sighed. As expected, he couldn't rely on just one treasure to become invincible. Treasures needed cultivation to be used. Everything depended on one's own strength. However, Lu Ming was already satisfied that he could use 2 stone pearls. If they worked together, his strength would increase tremendously. Let's go and see how the heavenly Acrypoid race is doing. Lu Ming thought. The heavenly Acrypoid race and the shadow were fighting. Lu Ming was curious to see who would win. Maybe both sides would be injured. Lu Ming didn't mind attacking them sneakily. Lu Ming restrained his aura and headed in the direction of the skeleton. Lu Ming came to a spot not far away from the skeleton quietly. He found a hidden place to hide and then looked into the distance. It seems like the heavenly Acrypoid race has been defeated. Lu Ming took a look and gave a soft cry of surprise. The skeleton was still lying there. The bone pearls were still there. They hadn't been taken away. There were many corpses of locusts around. Each of them was a few meters long. It was obvious that the heavenly Acrypoid race had died here. The heavenly Acrypoid race had obviously been defeated. It's a pity that I didn't see the scene where both sides were injured. But I can't miss these bone pearls. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He still wanted to get those bone pearls. His taboo power was able to restrain the shadow creature. Now that he had the power of the stone pearls, he might be able to obtain those bone pearls if he planned well. Lu Ming started to ponder, want to find a way to obtain those bone pearls. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and his gaze looked into the distance. He felt that there were a large number of experts approaching. The heavenly locust race is here again. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he retracted his aura to the extreme. Like a rock, he hid there and observed from afar. Indeed, not long after, a group of people appeared. They were from the heavenly locust tribe. Their leader was none other than Huang Fong. Others, don't get close. Those above the divine emperor realm, go and destroy that shadow. Huang Fong ordered. As soon as Huang Fong's voice fell, 2 figures leapt towards Bai Gu like lightning. Swish, swish, they waved their hands, and their divine power condensed into claws that grabbed at the bone pearls. One of them was the divine emperor realm old man from before, and the other was the divine emperor who had fought with the octopus earlier. The 2 divine emperors attacked at the same time. Roar! With a furious roar, the shadow under Bai Gu wriggled, turning into shadow javelins that pierced towards the 2 divine emperors. With a series of explosions, the attacks of the 2 divine emperors were blocked. Then, the shadow creature rapidly wriggled, enveloping an area of 100 li. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. The shadow creature couldn't match the 2 divine emperors. Not long after, the shadow creature's shroud was broken. The shadow wriggled and returned to its original form. It was a creature with a single horn on its head. Roar! The creature roared, its baleful aura soaring to the sky. Sharp blades shot out from its horn towards the 2 divine emperors. At the same time, it also attacked the 2 divine emperors. Dying. The 2 divine emperors also attacked. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. The shadow creature was no match for the 2 divine emperors. It was at a disadvantage. However, the shadow creature's soul attack was terrifying. The 2 heavenly Acrypoid race god kings did not dare to be careless. They decided to play it safe and slowly suppress the shadow creature. When they reached a certain point, they would launch a fatal attack. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had exchanged dozens of blows. The shadow creature was completely at a disadvantage. It kept retreating. It seemed that the skeleton was about to leave the range of its protection. Roar! Suddenly, the shadow creature roared and pounced towards the divine Emperor Realm Old Man, ignoring its own defense. "You're courting death." The divine Emperor Realm Old Man was not surprised, but delighted. He unleashed his full strength and slashed out with his saber. Boom! The saber slashed the shadow creature's body. A terrifying power exploded in an instant. The shadow creature's body was split into two and then exploded. However, before the old man could rejoice, the horn on the shadow creature's head shot out like a bolt of lightning and pierced the old man's chest. This attack was fast, incomparably fast. It was so fast that the old man didn't have time to react. The horn pierced through his body. The divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared and retreated. His body had been pierced through and was dripping with blood. Especially his soul, it had been severely injured. His face was pale. "Damn beast!" The divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared. He didn't expect the shadow creature to attack him with such a heavy blow. However, the next moment, his face turned even uglier. That shadow creature had been shattered by his blade, but at this moment, it actually reformed and reappeared. The saber attack didn't kill the shadow creature. However, it was obvious that the shadow creature wasn't in a good condition either. Its chi had weakened a lot. That meant that the saber attack wasn't harmless. Roar! The shadow creature roared and pounced towards the divine Emperor Realm Old Man like a phantom. The divine Emperor Realm Old Man's injuries were more serious than the shadow creature. It wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the divine Emperor Realm Old Man. However, it was obviously impossible. The heavenly Acrypoid race had another divine emperor. "You're courting death." The other divine emperor roared and blocked the shadow creature's attack. "Beast, you're courting death." The divine Emperor Realm Old Man roared and used his remaining strength to attack the shadow creature. The two sides fought fiercely again. Although the divine Emperor Realm Old Man was injured, the shadow creature was also injured. Its strength had weakened a little. Therefore, it was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. After more than 10 moves, the shadow creature was hit and its body exploded again. Its body kept twisting and turning. One could clearly see that its body had dimmed a lot. "It's very weak now. Put in more effort and kill it." Huang Fong roared. Not long after, the shadow creature was hit again and its body became even dimmer. Although the two divine emperors of the heavenly Acrypoid race were also attacked by the shadow creature, their souls were also injured. The divine Emperor Realm Old Man's face became even paler. Chapter 37:26. Of the two divine emperors from the heavenly Acrypoid race, the elder looked even paler. He had suffered a heavy blow from the shadow creature. Not only was his soul injured, but his physical body was also severely injured. The other divine emperor was in a much better state. His soul was only slightly affected during the battle with the shadow creature. His face was pale. However, the shadow creature was in a worse state. Its aura was getting weaker and weaker. There was no such thing as an immortal body in the world. Even if it was a forbidden body, it would die when all its cells were destroyed. Although the shadow creature's body was miraculous, it was getting weaker with every blow. If this went on, it would definitely die. "Let's attack together and get rid of this beast," Huang Fong shouted. The shadow creature was already very weak. Even the quasi-emperors were able to injure it. He called for all the quasi-emperors to attack together and get rid of it once and for all. If other forces, especially the Frost Moon Vine race, were attracted, it would be difficult for him to devour the bone pearls. "Kill! Kill!" A large number of quasi-emperors from the heavenly Acrypoid tribe shouted and pounced on the shadow creature. All kinds of attacks rained down on the shadow creature like a storm, covering all directions and completely blocking its escape route. The two divine emperors also attacked with their strongest attacks. They had to kill the shadow creature with this attack. Roar! The shadow creature roared. Its body suddenly dispersed and turned into hundreds of shadow javelins. They shot in all directions and collided with the attacks from the heavenly Acrypoid race. However, it was much weaker now. The power of its attacks was also very average. When it collided with the attacks from the heavenly Acrypoid race, the shadow javelins were constantly destroyed. The attacks from the two divine emperors destroyed a large number of shadow javelins. In just a few breaths of time, most of the shadow javelins had been obliterated, and the shadow creature could no longer condense. It was finally done. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, the skeleton moved. To be more precise, it exploded. All the bones were like sharp blades. They pierced toward the heavenly Acrypoid race experts at an astonishing speed, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Some of the quasi-emperors who were closer to it screamed in agony. Their bodies were pierced, and they died on the spot. As for those further away, they were also hit with fatal attacks. As for the two god emperors, they received special attention. The most powerful bones and the white bone all flew towards the two god emperors. The people of the heavenly Acrypoid tribe had just destroyed the shadow creature and heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect that Baigu, who had been perfectly normal, would launch a fatal attack. Thus, it was already too late for them to dodge. Puff Puff the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man was pierced by two sharp bones. He was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, crashing into dozens of giant trees. He spat out blood, and his body was badly damaged. Fortunately, the vitality of a Divine Emperor was extremely strong, and he managed to survive. As for the other Divine Emperor, his body was pierced by the horn. The horn was the most powerful and nailed the deity emperor to the ground. Damn it! This deity emperor roared angrily, erupting with all of his strength. Finally, he pulled out the horn, saving his life. However, he was also seriously injured, his aura becoming sluggish. As for those quasi-emperors, as long as they were hit, none of them could keep their lives. All of them died. In an instant, more than 50 quasi-emperors had died on the spot. Damn it! Farther away, Huang Fong was stunned. Then, he roared angrily, his face contorted. So many experts had died in an instant. It was a heavy loss. Fortunately, it was only the quasi-emperors who had attacked. He and the other heavenly Acrypoids were far enough away to avoid being attacked. Fortunately, after the first wave of attacks, the white bones fell to the ground and did not move at all. They also did not have any spirituality. As for the bone pearls, they also fell to the ground. Damn beast, it still wants to counterattack after dying. The god emperor who had been pierced by the horn cursed. Clearly, the reason why the white bones had launched such a thunderous attack was because of the shadow creature. It knew that it would not be able to survive today. In the end, it was destroyed, so it launched a final counterattack. Using some unknown method, it controlled the white bones to launch a fatal attack and deal a heavy blow to the heavenly Acrypoids. Huang Fong was also cursing, but when he saw the bone pearls, his eyes lit up. Although they had lost many experts, for a large race like the heavenly Acrypoids, quasi-emperors were nothing. They had a bunch of them. Only god emperors were considered experts. Losing a few quasi-emperors was not a big deal. They could be quickly nurtured. These bone pearls are mine. Huang Fong rushed over and grabbed the bone pearls with his huge hands. With these bone pearls, his cultivation would soon break through to the 7th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. He could even reach the 8th or 9th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. At that time, his status among the younger generation of the heavenly Acrypoids would definitely rise. The other heavenly Acrypoids did not move. Huang Fong's status was much higher than theirs. These opportunities naturally belonged to him. Lu Ming, who was a distance away, witnessed the entire scene. The two god emperors are seriously injured, especially the god emperor Realm Elder. His injuries are even worse. Lu Ming thought, his eyes brightening. In the end, Lu Ming decided to make a move. This was a rare opportunity. If he did not make a move, when would he? Lu Ming concealed his aura to the extreme and stealthily approached the God Emperor Realm Elder. The God Emperor Realm Elder was sent flying far away after being hit by two bone pearls. He had just pulled out 2 bone pearls and swallowed a few divine pills to heal himself. He did not notice that someone was approaching. Soon, Lu Ming was only 10,000 meters away from the God Emperor Realm Elder. 10,000 meters was no different from 1 centimeter to them. Swoosh! Lu Ming did not hesitate and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the God Emperor Realm Elder. When he rushed out, Lu Ming had already activated the battle character art to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. Boom! 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 Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, he punched out hundreds of times. His fist energy smashed through the air, causing the space to explode. The God Emperor Realm Elder sensed Lu Ming's attack the moment he saw it. He roared and unleashed his divine power to resist. The God Emperor Realm was indeed strong. His spiritual sense was sharp, and his reaction speed was shocking. However, the God Emperor Realm Elder was severely injured. His strength was probably less than half of his usual strength. Lu Ming had just broken through to the 5th layer of the Divine Lord Realm. He was much stronger than when he fought with the God Emperor Realm Elder. At this moment, the Divine Emperor Realm Old Man couldn't withstand the surprise attack at all. Chapter 37:27. Bam! Bam! Their attacks collided. At the moment of collision, the Divine Emperor Elder's divine power was penetrated by Lu Ming. The Elder's palm blade collided with Lu Ming's fist. Crack! The Divine Emperor Realm Elder's palm exploded, followed by his arm and body. He screamed miserably. When Lu Ming's violent attack completely crushed him, the Divine Emperor Realm Elder's body exploded completely. Even his soul did not manage to escape. His body and soul were destroyed. The Divine Emperor was killed in an instant. Of course, Lu Ming would not have been able to do it if the Elder was in his prime. However, the Elder was severely injured, and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. All of this happened in an instant. The other Heavenly Acrypoid tribe members did not even have time to react. When the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe Elder was killed, the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe members came to their senses and looked over. Then their eyes widened. "You are you!" Huang Fong shouted hysterically when he saw that the person who attacked was Lu Ming. "I will kill you today," Lu Ming said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Divine Emperor Realm Elder's storage ring and strode towards Huang Fong. "You still want to kill me? Attack, kill this brat!" Huang Fong shouted angrily. He had another Divine Emperor on his side. He was not afraid of Lu Ming. In his opinion, the Elder at the Divine Emperor Realm was killed because he was seriously injured and did not have much strength left. Then, Lu Ming launched a sneak attack on him. That was why he was killed. He was well aware of Lu Ming's strength. Previously, he was chased by the Divine Emperor Realm Elder and was forced to flee. There was another Divine Emperor beside him. Although he was also injured, his injuries were not as severe. He was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! The Divine Emperor suppressed his injuries, and a powerful aura burst out, pressing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, he stepped into the void and rushed toward Lu Ming like a saber. His palm was like a saber, slashing toward Lu Ming. A dazzling saber light slashed out violently towards Lu Ming's head. The void was directly split into 2 halves. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed an intense fighting spirit. His bones crackled like beans being fried. His muscles bulged as he punched out. It was a head-on confrontation. "You're courting death." A vicious glint flashed across Huang Fong's eyes. Lu Ming dared to confront the Shun Wang head-on. He was simply courting death. Boom! In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided, and a violent explosion erupted. A violent force swept out in all directions, causing the ground to explode continuously. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. At the same time, he retreated tens of thousands of meters. They were evenly matched. How could this be? Huang Fong and the rest of the Heavenly Acrypoid tribe members stared wide-eyed at Huang Xiaolong. Lu Ming was able to contend with a divine emperor, and they were evenly matched. Although the Shen Huang was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he was still a Shen Huang. In a head-on confrontation, he was blocked by a Shen Huang. This brat has broken through. Damn it. How did he break through so quickly? And his combat strength is so strong. Huang Fong roared in his heart. He was envious and jealous. The Shen Huang was also extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil. However, the fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. A Shen Huang is indeed a Shen Huang. I used all my strength and the battle formula to increase my combat strength by 5 times. I barely managed to hold my ground. Moreover, he was injured. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He knew very well that if the Shen Huang was in his prime, he would definitely be no match for him. But now kill. Lu Ming shouted and took the initiative to attack. In a flash, he crossed the distance of tens of thousands of meters and charged toward the Shen Huang. You're just a Shen Huang. Die. The Shen Huang roared and his saber light shone brightly. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in an intense battle. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, but there was no clear winner. This bastard. In the distance, Huang Fong was jealous, shocked, and frightened. He slowly moved back. Obviously, he was planning to run away as soon as he sensed that something was amiss. Lu Ming also saw this scene. Trying to run away? A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Then, while he was engaged in a fierce battle with the other party, he slowly turned his body around. When his body leaned towards Huang Fong's side, he exchanged a blow with the other party. With the help of this blow, he retreated rapidly in the direction of Huang Fong and the heavenly Acrypoid tribe. The reason why he hadn't used a string of stone beads was because he wanted to lower the God Emperor's guard. Secondly, if he killed the Shen Huang, the rest of the heavenly Acrypoids would definitely flee in fear. When that happened, it would be difficult for him to chase after them one by one. His goal was to kill all of the heavenly Locust tribe members. Therefore, Lu Ming turned his body and borrowed the Shen Huang's strength to attack the heavenly Acrypoids. Oh no! The Shen Huang's expression changed drastically. Huang Fong's expression also changed drastically. Stop him! Huang Fong roared and retreated rapidly. The rest of the heavenly Acrypoids were also shocked. They were conflicted whether to block Lu Ming or retreat. If they blocked Lu Ming, they would be courting death if they went up against Lu Ming. However, if they retreated and ignored Huang Fong, they would be severely punished when they returned. It would be worse than dying in battle. In this moment of hesitation, Lu Ming had already arrived. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a series of attacks. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was too easy for him to kill these quasi-emperors and divine sovereigns. Lu Ming charged forward and killed dozens of heavenly Acrypoids. Then, Lu Ming punched out continuously with both fists. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches. Hundreds of punches blasted out in all directions. The heavenly Acrypoids were unable to withstand a single blow. Every time he attacked, a heavenly Acrypoid would be killed. There were more than 100 heavenly Acrypoids left. In an instant, there were only a few left. No help. Huang Fong was so scared that he almost wet himself. He screamed in horror. He was not killed because Lu Ming had deliberately spared him. He was so scared that he roared as he ran. Lu Ming chased after him coldly. Stop! The Shen Huang roared and chased after him, slashing out a shocking saber light. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He exchanged a blow with the Shen Huang and borrowed his strength to increase his speed. In an instant, he had caught up to Huang Fong and the rest. With a swipe of his hand, the remaining heavenly Acrypoids were killed. Huang Fong was fine, but he was so scared that he was trembling all over. His face was pale and a foul smell wafted out. He had actually wet himself. What a piece of trash. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He had wanted to kill Huang Fong last. After he killed the Shen Huang, he would let Huang Fong know the meaning of despair. However, Lu Ming lost interest when he saw Huang Fong in such a state. With a swipe of his hand, Huang Fong let out a roar of indignation as his body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 37:28. The heavenly Acripoid race was left with only the Emperor God. The God Emperor stopped pursuing Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming coldly, his expression cold. "Lad, you've killed so many people from the heavenly Acripoid tribe. Just wait for the endless revenge of the heavenly Acripoid tribe." "Revenge? As long as I get rid of you, who will know that I killed them?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? Although I am injured, do you think it is possible for you to kill me? If we continue fighting, you will be the one to die." The Emperor God said coldly, full of confidence. Although he was injured and his combat strength was not at its peak, he did not believe that Lu Ming could kill him. If they continued fighting, he would be the one to win. "Is that so? Then let's fight." Lu Ming roared and pounced on the Emperor God. "Kill!" The divine emperor of the heavenly Acripoid race roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed again and fought fiercely. This time, Lu Ming went crazy. He did not care about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Bam! Lu Ming was hit and a saber wound appeared on his body. His body was almost cut open. However, at the same time that Lu Ming was hit, the Emperor God was hit as well. Lu Ming landed a punch on the other party's shoulder. All kinds of secret skills erupted in his fist at the same time, forcefully tearing apart the other party's protective divine power and the body of a divine emperor. A large part of the other party's shoulder exploded. However, Lu Ming's injuries were recovering quickly. Again, Lu Ming roared and continued to attack the Emperor God. Not long after, Lu Ming was hit again. However, the Emperor God was hit as well. This was a lose-lose battle. This monster is really a monster. The Emperor God roared in his heart. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Lu Ming's recovery ability was too strong. If this continued, the Emperor God would be the first to die, not Lu Ming. He was already thinking of retreating. As a result, his fighting spirit weakened. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous will win. In a battle of equal strength, the weaker one's fighting spirit, the weaker one's fighting strength. Now, Lu Ming was keenly aware of the change in the other party's heart. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The taboo energy poured into the stone bead. Wong. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the two stone pearls flew up into the sky. The pearls grew bigger and bigger as they pressed down on the heavenly Acripoid deity emperor. The terrifying gravity caused the heavenly Acripoid race divine emperor's body to fall rapidly and crash heavily onto the ground. Then, the two stone pearls smashed towards the heavenly Acripoid race's god emperor like two mountains. The heavenly Acripoid race's deity emperor roared and attacked the stone pearls with all his might. Two of the stone pearls were sent flying away, but his palms were also cracked and blood flowed out. At the same time Shizhu attacked, Lu Ming had already charged towards his opponent. As soon as the stone pearls were pushed back, they were faced with Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The heavenly Acripoid race's deity emperor had not recovered from the series of attacks from the stone pearls. Moreover, his body was suppressed by the powerful gravity and his strength was severely restricted. He could not fight back at all. Bam! Lu Ming's left hand was like a sharp blade that broke through his defense and chopped off one of his arms. Lu Ming's right hand clenched into a fist and punched through the heavenly Acripoid race's deity emperor's chest. His chest exploded and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The heavenly Acripoid race's deity emperor had been smashed into the huge pit. When the pit exploded, he was blasted into the ground, creating a huge crater. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his body was in tatters. His aura was extremely weak. I can't accept this. I am a deity emperor. How can I die in the hands of a divine sovereign junior? He roared as if he had gone mad. The remaining divine power burned fiercely, and he transformed into his original form. He flapped his wings and tried to escape. However, the two stone pearls pressed down on him. The terrifying gravity caused him to fall to the ground. Bam! Lu Ming charged forward and stomped heavily on the heavenly Acrypoid race's deity Emperor's chest. His chest exploded, and only his head was left. Little bastard. The heavenly Acrypoid race's deity Emperor was still shouting when Lu Ming punched him. The deity Emperor's head exploded and his soul was destroyed. At this point, all the heavenly Acrypoids had been killed. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he kept all the interspatial rings. Then, he went to the white skeleton. The bone pearls were scattered on the ground. Lu Ming collected them one by one. There were a total of 18 bone pearls of different sizes. They were filled with rich life energy. Lu Ming was satisfied. With these gains, this trip was worth it. Lu Ming moved and left the place. After a series of battles, he was afraid that others would be alerted. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Not long after Lu Ming left, people from the two forces arrived. When they saw the locust corpses all over the ground, they looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they looked horrified and retreated hurriedly. They thought that there was a terrifying danger here. Otherwise, how could the heavenly Acrypoid race be wiped out? Lu Ming found a secluded place and cultivated for a while. He adjusted his condition to the peak. He secretly sensed that the potential stored in his cells had decreased by a little. There was only about 10% left. As for his cultivation, it had also increased a little. The speed of energy consumption is too fast. Lu Ming sighed. He took out another divine herb and absorbed it. Lu Ming was too lazy to use monarch-level divine herbs. He kept them with him to trade with others. Lu Ming focused on absorbing emperor-level divine herbs. As his cultivation base increased, the potential stored in his cells required more energy. After refining 3 pieces of emperor-level divine medicine consecutively, Lu Ming increased the potential stored in his cells to 50%. In the past, I only needed 2 emperor-level divine herbs. Now I need 3. Sure enough, I don't have many emperor-level divine herbs left. Lu Ming thought. He only had 9 emperor-grade divine herbs left in his possession. Fortunately, he had obtained 18 bone pearls. The total energy of the 18 bone pearls was definitely above that of 9 emperor-level divine herbs. He could still use it for a while. With 50% stored, it was enough for the time being. With so much energy, even if he was beaten to a pulp, he could still recover. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming left the place. After checking the direction, Lu Ming headed west. Before entering the ruins of the heavenly Acrypoid race, he had learned from Jiang Lebang that the greatest opportunity of the heavenly Acrypoid race was definitely in the capital of the heavenly Acrypoid race. The west direction was towards the depths of the heavenly Acrypoid race. The capital of the heavenly Acrypoid race should be in that direction. Lu Ming moved forward quickly. After an hour, he did not know how far he had traveled. Suddenly, boom, 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 violent explosions came from ahead. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating half the sky. There was an intense battle in front of him. Lu Ming restrained his aura and quickly approached along the ground. Chapter 3729. There was a huge battle ahead. Lu Ming moved forward quietly. True enough, not long after, he saw a group of people fighting fiercely. On one side was Jiang Lebang and the experts he brought with him. On the other side, Lu Ming recognized the expert from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect. These 2 forces were one of the 4 forces that had joined forces with Jiang Lebang. But now, these 2 forces had joined forces to deal with Jiang Lebang's group. Without a doubt, each force had sent a divine Emperor Realm expert. But unlike the heavenly locust race, these forces only had one divine emperor. Jiang Lebang had one, while the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect each had one. Jiang Lebang's group was at a disadvantage. Qianli sect, Earth Origin sect, you're despicable. Didn't we agree to be allies? Jiang Lebang roared. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. We're despicable? You're the despicable ones who wanted to take the treasure for yourselves. Hand over the Windfire Pearl now. A young man in a red robe shouted from the Qianli sect. Bullshit. The Windfire Pearl was ours to begin with. You're the ones who saw the treasure and wanted to share. You betrayed your allies. Jiang Lebang roared. Oomph. Jiang Lebang, no matter what, everyone who saw the treasure has a share. You want Tun? No way. Hand it over, and we'll split it equally. The Qianli sect's young man snorted. That's right. Split it equally. Otherwise, you, Jiang Lebang, won't be able to walk out of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation. Another young man from the Earth Origin sect sneered. Don't even think about it. This treasure is mine to begin with. Jiang Lebang roared, his hair fluttering in the wind. In the distance, Lu Ming heard these words and roughly understood what was going on. It was obvious that Jiang Lebang and his people had obtained the Windfire Pearl and were discovered by the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect. They were greedy and betrayed their alliance to get a share of the loot. Should I take action? Lu Ming pondered. Jiang Lebang was a good person. Although he had the intention of borrowing Lu Ming's strength, it was indeed a rare opportunity for Lu Ming to tell him about the Tianhua Divine Nation. Lu Ming wondered if he should help Jiang Lebang. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's battle prowess had greatly increased that he had such a thought. In the past, he would not have thought this way before his cultivation had made several breakthroughs. The Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect had two divine emperors. In the past, even if he went out, he would only die. But now, Lu Ming had the confidence to confront the God King. At this moment, Jiang Lebang and his men were retreating in defeat. The godly emperor on his side was suppressed by the other two godly emperors. He could only fight back and had no power to fight back. It was the same for the battle below the divine emperor realm. It was completely one-sided and the situation was precarious. Whoosh! Lu Ming made up his mind. With a flash of his body, he dashed out like a phantom. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, the people in the battle noticed Lu Ming. It's him! It's that kid! The people from the Qianli sect and the Earth Origin sect saw Lu Ming and recognized Lu Ming. They knew that Lu Ming was brought by Jiang Lebang, but they did not care at all. Why should they care about a young divine emperor? Jiang Lebang and the others also saw Lu Ming. Brother Lu, leave quickly, Jiang Lebang shouted. Lu Ming smiled. Jiang Lebang still asked him to leave at this time, which meant that he had made the right decision to help. Brother Jiang, let me lend you a hand. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, leave quickly, Jiang Lebang shouted. Although Lu Ming was very strong and could easily deal with the four quasi-emperors of the heavenly Acrypoid race, the other party had one more divine emperor than them. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a divine emperor and not a high-level one. The difference between him and a divine emperor was too great. He did not think that Lu Ming could deal with a divine emperor. The people that Jiang Lebang brought were also disappointed. Initially, he thought that some expert had come. He did not expect it to be Lu Ming. It was useless. No worries. Lu Ming smiled and arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Go and finish him, the young man in the red robe of the Qianli sect said to a 9th-level divine emperor. In his opinion, it was a waste to send a 9th-level divine emperor to deal with Lu Ming. Don't worry, young master. I only need one move to kill him. That 9th-level divine Lord Old Man received the order. His figure was like a streak of fire as he charged out, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Kid, you're courting death. Don't blame me. Kill. The old man sneered and waved his hand. Flames filled the sky and spread towards Lu Ming. The temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Such power, not to mention Lu Ming, who was a 5th-level divine emperor. Even a 7th-level or 8th-level divine emperor would be burned to death. However, Lu Ming was expressionless. He did not care about the temperature of the flames at all. Swish! Lu Ming activated a secret spear technique in his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swung his hand, and the long spear shot out like lightning. Everywhere it passed, the space was pierced, and a pitch-black spear mark appeared. The long spear rushed into the flames and did not encounter any resistance. It broke through the flames and stabbed towards the 9th-level divine emperor. How is this possible? The 9th-level divine emperor opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He could not quite figure out how his move was broken so easily. He had yet to react, and the long spear already arrived, piercing through his glabella. The 9th-level Divine Emperor was dead. The scene suddenly paused. The movements of the people in the great battle could not help turning stiff. Clearly, Lu Ming killing a 9th-level Divine Emperor with one move exceeded everyone's expectations. Only Zhang Lebang was a little better. Damn it. Go. Quasi-Emperors take action and kill him. That youth from Qianli sect shouted. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold, and he directly rushed towards that youth from Qianli sect. Kid courting death. Kill. Inside Qianli sect, 2 quasi-emperor realm existences shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming, unleashing swift and fierce attacks. The ones dying are you guys. Lu Ming gave a cold cry. His palm was like a blade, chopping out. 2 streaks of blade light burst forth in succession, breaking apart the other party's attack. Puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 2 quasi-emperors were also killed. This time, everyone's hearts trembled violently. Killing quasi-emperors was as easy as pie. What kind of combat strength was this? Lu Ming's figure rapidly approached the youth from Qianli sect. At this moment, the youth from Qianli sect's face turned extremely ugly, revealing a look of horror. His combat strength was not even comparable to a quasi-emperor. If Lu Ming got close to him, wouldn't he be dead? Save me. The youth from Qianli sect shouted. Kid, how dare you? With a loud roar, heaven and earth shook and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was the Divine Emperor from Qianli sect. Chapter 3730. Shouted the Qianli sect's godly emperor. He then threw a punch at Lu Ming. He threw a punch, and the terrifying fist force condensed into a flaming furnace. It was as huge as a mountain and crimson in color. It charged toward Lu Ming to suppress him. Under the pressure of the furnace, the atmosphere exploded. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Nobody dared get close. That was a godly emperor's attack. It was terrifying. If anyone below the godly emperor realm was hit by it, they would definitely die. Brother Lu, be careful, shouted Zhang Lebang. That little boy is going to die. He's a little bit strong, but he dares act arrogantly in front of me. Die, shouted the young man from the Qianli sect. He looked ferocious. He was convinced that Lu Ming was going to die. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Everybody else thought the same. But what happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming threw a punch at the smelting furnace that the Divine Emperor had thrown out. Lu Ming was surprisingly going to resist the godly emperor's attack. He's overestimating himself. He's really overestimating himself. He's going to die. He's definitely going to die. There's no way he'll survive. He's a little bit strong, but he's already so confident. Many people were thinking the same thing. They could already see Lu Ming's body exploding. Boom! In a flash, Lu Ming punched the furnace. The sky shook violently, and a red light dashed to the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. That little boy must have turned into ashes, thought the crowd. But the result was different. Everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly in the midst of the flames. He didn't turn into ashes. His corpse is still there. How astonishing. That little boy is really strong. He's facing a godly emperor's attack, and he's still alive. It's a miracle. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming had died and left behind a corpse. A godly emperor, a cultivator of the 5th godly emperor layer, had faced a godly emperor's attack. How could he not die? There was no way he was still alive. They all thought that Lu Ming was already dead. What surprised them the most was that Lu Ming's corpse was still alive. If it were anyone else, they would definitely end up with their body and soul destroyed. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The retreating figure was indeed Lu Ming. However, he did not die. After retreating tens of thousands of meters, he successfully stabilized his body. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body was still exuberant and full of vitality. There were only a few burns on his body, but they were recovering quickly. Other than that, there were no signs of serious injuries. How is this possible? This was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Initially, they thought that it was already a miracle that Lu Ming could withstand a celestial emperor's attack and still retain his corpse. But now, Lu Ming had completely shattered their understanding. Not only was Lu Ming fine, he didn't even seem to be seriously injured. He had only suffered some superficial wounds. Impossible. This is impossible. It must have been a casual attack from the Divine Emperor, and he didn't use much strength. The youth from the Dryly sect shook his head like a rattle drum. He simply couldn't believe that Lu Ming was so strong. The Celestial Emperor from the Dryly sect also became serious. He was well aware of how powerful that move was. Although that move wasn't his strongest move, it was no small matter. It could kill a large number of quasi-emperors, but it couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength shocked him. The battle strength of a Celestial Emperor is only SOSO. Come, let me see your strongest battle strength. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the Celestial Emperor, his battle intent soaring to the sky. Lu Ming issued a challenge to his Celestial Emperor. This was a Celestial Emperor in his prime. Lu Ming wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Celestial Emperor in his prime. In the past, if Lu Ming dared to challenge a Divine Emperor, everyone would be laughing their heads off and would not be stingy with their ridicule. But now, no one ridiculed him. No matter what, Lu Ming had just resisted a Celestial Emperor's attack. He was already strong enough to challenge a Celestial Emperor. At that moment, the people who had just been fighting stopped and looked at each other. They were all looking at Lu Ming. A cultivator of the 5th Godly Emperor layer was challenging a cultivator of the 1st Godly Emperor layer. That kind of thing was extremely rare. They wanted to see how strong Lu Ming was. If you want to challenge me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. It feels good to be able to kill a peerless genius. The Celestial Emperor of the Dryly sect had his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with flames. A furnace surrounded his body. Clearly, he had used his true strength. He took a step forwards and appeared not far from Lu Ming. The Celestial Emperors on Jiang Lebang's side and the Celestial Emperors of the Earth Origin sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. As Celestial Emperors, they knew the difference between a Celestial Emperor and a Celestial Emperor. They were also curious to see how Lu Ming, a mere cultivator of the 5th Godly Emperor layer, could compete with a Celestial Emperor. Did he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Or did he really have that kind of strength? Come! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. His body's cells were trembling. Each of his cells was bursting with strength. 60 trillion Celestial Emperor's strength had condensed into a terrifying strength. The battle incantation had increased his fighting strength by 5 times. Lu Ming's fighting strength had reached the peak. He didn't immediately use the stone beads. He wanted to rely on his own strength to fight against the Celestial Emperor. When facing a strong opponent, the pressure could also stimulate his potential. Boom! Lu Ming made the first move. His body moved and the air exploded. The void trembled as he quickly approached the Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect. He punched out with both fists, activating the power of various secret techniques. Although all the secret techniques were hidden, they weren't weak at all. Once an expert made a move, it was obvious whether they were strong or not. The power of Lu Ming's attack made the Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect narrow his eyes slightly. This kind of power had already reached the threshold of the Celestial Emperor. Some ordinary races weren't as strong when they had just broken through to the Celestial Emperor layer. Suppress him! The Celestial Emperor of the Qianli sect shouted coldly. He pressed down with his hand, and divine power surged. A huge furnace formed and blasted toward Lu Ming. This furnace was even more majestic, more solid, and more powerful than the previous one. Dong! 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 Lu Ming's fists continuously bombarded the furnace, causing earth-shattering explosions. Every explosion was like a planet exploding. Terrifying energy and terrifying flames swept out in all directions. Scorching heat waves were emitted one after another. The people of the three major forces had no choice but to retreat to avoid the heat waves. Chapter 37-31. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had thrown out dozens of punches, bombarding the furnace. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the furnace exploded. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming wasn't seriously injured. He only had some light injuries that were quickly recovering. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Lu Ming could withstand the Divine Emperor's attack head-on because the Divine Emperor did not use much strength. However, the Divine Emperor of the Qinli sect had obviously used a lot of strength in the earlier attack. One could tell from the power that it was very shocking. However, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming really had the qualifications to challenge the Divine Emperor. A fifth-level Divine Lord actually had such combat strength. It was unheard of. It was simply heaven-defying. Again, Lu Ming let out a long roar. He stepped into the void and charged toward the Divine Emperor of the Qinli sect once again. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Divine Emperor was enraged. With a cold shout, he turned into a ball of fire and charged towards Lu Ming. He used all his strength. His entire body was enveloped by a red furnace. With a wave of his hand, numerous flaming furnaces formed and charged towards Lu Ming. This was his secret technique. Whether it was the divine power of the origin or the shackles, it had reached a shocking level. Its power was shocking. It had the power to burn the universe and destroy the starry sky. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Explosions rang out continuously. It had to be said that a divine emperor at his peak was extremely powerful. He completely suppressed Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming fought with all his strength, he was still no match for him. He was completely at a disadvantage and kept retreating. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, his chest was hit by a furnace. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. A large piece of his chest exploded, and a terrifying flame kept burning. Lu Ming coughed up blood and retreated. The potential in his cells was constantly stimulated, healing his injuries. However, the Divine Emperor wouldn't give him a chance to recover. He charged towards Lu Ming again and launched a torrential attack. Lu Ming retreated continuously, completely at a disadvantage. This kid is going to be defeated. Fortunately, he's still not a match for the Divine Emperor. He's not that heaven-defying. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Fifth-level Divine Lord. To be able to battle with a Divine Emperor to this extent, it was already extremely heaven-defying. They had never heard of it before. If he could truly contend with a Divine Emperor, that would be too terrifying. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to be defeated, they finally felt a little better in their hearts. Otherwise, wouldn't they be too trashy compared to Lu Ming? Not good. Elder Feng, go and help Brother Lu. Zhang Lebang's face turned ugly as he quickly sent a message to the deity emperor he brought with him, asking him to help Lu Ming. However, the deity emperor from the Earth Origin sect had his eyes on this deity emperor. When he moved, the deity emperor moved as well. Neither of them could do anything to the other. That brat is overestimating himself and wants to challenge the divine emperor. Let's just wait and see. The deity emperor from the Earth Origin sect said coldly. Damn it! Zhang Lebang shouted angrily, but there was nothing he could do. He was already at a disadvantage. Even if he wanted to save Lu Ming, he was powerless. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the deity emperor from the Qinli sect had exchanged dozens of blows. During this time, Lu Ming was hit twice in a row and was severely injured. The strong pressure made Lu Ming's blood boil. Every cell in his body was trembling as a steady stream of potential was stimulated. It's about time, Lu Ming muttered. At this stage of the battle, Lu Ming's potential had been suppressed to a minimum for the time being. Buzz. At this time, Lu Ming activated the string of stone beads. The 2 stone beads flew out and pressed down on the deity emperor from the Qinli sect. Under the strong pressure, the deity emperor from the Qinli sect stiffened and his expression changed. The gravity of the two stone beads had a great impact on him. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged a few blows. This time, both of them were pushed back. This time, the deity emperor from the Qinli sect was suppressed by the gravity. He had to divert a portion of his divine power to resist the gravity, so his strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming closed the distance between the two. What a mysterious treasure. Do you think you can fight me with just one treasure? Watch me destroy your treasure. The deity emperor from the Qinli sect shouted coldly. He charged forward against the gravity and waved his hands. Two furnaces flew out and hit the stone beads. With two clangs, the stone beads were sent flying, but nothing happened to them. Under the control of Lu Ming, they flew back. The strong gravity continued to envelop the deity emperor from the Qinli sect. Lu Ming charged forward and fought with the deity emperor from the Qinli sect. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither of them could do anything to the other. They exchanged dozens of blows in a row. How is this possible? The people from the Qinli sect had ugly expressions. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to resist a deity emperor. Jiang Lebang and the others were overjoyed. This way, they would not be at a disadvantage against the deity emperor. It would be difficult for the Qinli sect and the Earth Origin sect to deal with them. This was because a deity emperor could easily kill anyone below the deity emperor realm. No matter which deity emperor it was, they would be in danger if they attacked anyone below the deity emperor realm. Previously, they had two deity emperors who could completely suppress the deity emperor on Jiang Lebang's side. He would not be able to attack and would even be killed. But now, with the appearance of Lu Ming, the situation had changed. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with the deity emperor from the Qinli sect. The two of them retreated several hundred miles away from each other, but did not continue to attack. Lu Ming had the stone beads, and the deity emperor from the Qinli sect could not do anything to Lu Ming. But Lu Ming could not do anything to his opponent either. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. It seems like you can't do anything to me. My recovery ability is very strong. If I risk getting injured, I'm afraid your Qinli sect will suffer a great loss. Lu Ming said with a smile. His words made the Qinli sect's people pale, especially the young man from the Qinli sect. His face turned ugly and even showed some fear. Indeed, if Lu Ming risked getting injured to kill them, the Qinli sect's deity emperor might not be able to block him completely. In that case, he would be in danger. Good, very good. The young man from the Qinli sect gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang. He said, Jiang Lebang, you're lucky today to have the help of an expert. We still have a long way to go. Let's go. He knew that he could not do anything to Jiang Lebang today and could only retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Qinli sect gathered together and retreated. Since the people from the Qinli sect were about to leave, the people from the Earth Origin sect naturally would not stay and left one after another. After a while, the people from the Qinli sect and the Earth Origin sect had all left. Brother Lu, thank you. Jiang Lebang came over and thanked Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with shock, envy, and horror. Chapter 37-32. Jiang Lebang found it hard to calm down. It wasn't that he had never seen a monstrous genius before, but a monstrous genius like Lu Ming was something he had never seen before. Previously, he had invited Lu Ming to the Tianyue Divine Kingdom because he was interested in Lu Ming's combat power. Lu Ming could easily defeat 4 quasi-emperors. Given his combat power, he would definitely be of help to him if he entered the ruins of the Tianyue Divine Kingdom. Previously, they had learned that there was something sinister in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom's ruins. If a divine emperor expert were to enter, it would probably trigger the evil. Therefore, they didn't dare to bring a divine emperor expert in. Even if they did, they would seal their own cultivation in advance. Unless it was a last resort, they wouldn't break their own seal. That was why they needed Lu Ming. He didn't expect to get Lu Ming to come this time. Lu Ming had saved his life. His heart was filled with emotions. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in his heart. A fifth-level divine monarch who can contend against a divine emperor. Is there anyone in the top 10 major races with such combat strength? Could he be a genius from the heavenly palace? Thinking of this, Jiang Lebang's heart was beating wildly. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. The geniuses from the heavenly palace would also travel in the chaotic universe. Their purpose was to train and hone their skills. They would secretly train in the chaotic universe and hide their identity. However, the geniuses from the heavenly palace were incomparably terrifying. They defeated the strong with unparalleled combat strength. The other geniuses were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of them. They were invincible among their peers, peerless in their generation. Obviously, Lu Ming had such characteristics. That was why Jiang Lebang thought of the heavenly palace. If he was really from the heavenly palace, then he would make friends with him now. The smile on Jiang Lebang's face became wider, and he became more polite to Lu Ming. Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming smiled casually. Brother Mu, we're going to the capital of the heavenly divine kingdom now. How about we go together? Jiang Lebang said. Coincidentally, I'm also going to the capital of the heavenly divine kingdom. Let's go together. Lu Ming said. Jiang Lebang and the others were overjoyed. With a great expert like Lu Ming by their side, their strength was greatly increased. They immediately set out and continued to move along the west. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. A day later, a huge city appeared before them. The city was tall and majestic, like an ancient giant beast lying on the ground. Even from afar, one could feel a powerful aura from it. This was the capital of the heavenly divine kingdom. However, the city gate was to be closed. Lu Ming and the rest were not the first to arrive. When they arrived, people from other forces had already arrived. Why don't you go in? Someone asked about the powers that had arrived first. The city gates are tightly shut. It's difficult to enter. The Ice Moon Vine. Someone to the answer to the T's to enter this herd. Since we can't enter through the city gates, we might as well fly in from above the city. S2s. Teat. S. To the U. The Frost Moon Vine race member replied coldly. Those words shocked Jiang Lebang, Lu Ming, and the others. Obviously, it would be dangerous to enter from the top of the city. Otherwise, the Ice Moon Vine would have entered from the sky. Try the city gate. Jiang Lebang transmitted his voice to his subordinates. Immediately, more than a dozen quasi-emperor experts flew toward the city gate. Dazzling divine light burst out and bombarded the city gate. Boom, boom, boom. The city gate rumbled, but did not break. It was as steady as Mount Tai. The quasi-emperors continued to attack with all their might, but it was useless. There were powerful formations on the city gates and city walls. As soon as they attacked, runes would appear on them and block their attacks. Jiang Lebang continued to send people. Even the divine emperor experts were not able to break the city gate. I'm afraid 1 or 2 divine emperors won't be able to break the city gate. Let's wait for the other forces to arrive and attack together. A divine emperor from the Ice Moon Vine race said. Jiang Lebang could only order his men to retreat and wait here. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, Jiang Lebang's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he looked in a direction. On the other side, the Qinli sect and the Earth Origin sect came together. The people from the Qinli sect and the Earth Origin sect also looked at Jiang Lebang, Lu Ming, and the others coldly. Especially when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with seriousness. A few days later, all the forces that had entered the heavenly eclipsed divine nation ruins had arrived. There were a total of 8 major forces, and each of them had a divine emperor. Why are there only so few people from the heavenly Acripoi tribe? Could it be that the others have found other opportunities and did not come to the heavenly eclipsed divine nation ruins to compete with us? Many people looked at the few people from the heavenly Acripoi tribe and discussed among themselves. Lu Ming had killed a large number of people from the heavenly Acripoi tribe. However, some of them had scattered and only a small number of them remained. At this moment, The people from the heavenly Acripoid tribe had ugly expressions. Are the people from the heavenly Acripoid tribe not coming? Yu Chong from the Icy Moon Vine tribe looked at the people from the heavenly Acripoid tribe and asked, "We don't know. We can't contact young Master Huangfang. We can't even contact the two divine emperors." An old man from the heavenly Acripoid tribe said anxiously, "Can't contact them?" The others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could not contact them. They were either trapped in a place that was isolated from the outside world, or they were all dead. However, they could not contact so many people. It was more likely that they were all dead, including the two divine emperors. Thinking of this, many people gasped in shock. Even the divine emperors were dead. What had they encountered? Could it be that they had encountered an octopus monster? Or were there other dangers? Before entering, they had heard that there were evil spirits here and divine emperors were not allowed to enter. Could it be true? Forget it. Let's attack first and break open the gates of the city. We'll get the opportunities inside and then leave this place. Yu Chong said, "All right, divine emperors from the major forces, let's attack." One of the divine emperors stepped forward. Then the other divine emperors stepped forward. There were a total of 8 divine emperors from the 8 major forces. Some people knew that there might be more than one divine emperor from the major forces, but they did not say anything. Lu Ming naturally would not attack. Boom! The 8 divine emperors attacked together. 8 terrifying attacks blasted towards the gates of the city. Violent explosions were heard. Runes appeared on the city gates and the city walls to resist the attacks. However, the combined attacks of the 8 divine emperors were too powerful. The gates of the city shook more and more violently. The runes on the city walls flashed continuously. At first, it was very bright, but soon the light began to dim. An hour later, bang, bang, the runes on the city gate continued to explode, emitting banging sounds. After a short while, the runes on the city gate disappeared without a trace. Without the protection of the Grand Formation, the city gates could not withstand the attacks of the 8 divine emperors. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gates exploded into pieces. Chapter 37-33. The city gates exploded. One could clearly see the scene inside the city. Inside the city, the light was very dim. One could see one ancient building after another. Go! Immediately, someone moved, rushing into the city. In a blink of an eye, they entered the city. There was no abnormality at all. There was no danger. The others set their minds at ease. They rushed into the city one after another. Lu Ming, Jiang Lebang, they all also rushed into the city. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures flashing, everyone spread out, flying toward those buildings. If there were lucky chances, it would definitely be inside these buildings. Lu Ming also flew toward a huge building. There were also over a dozen other people together with Lu Ming. These people came from various different factions. What was different was that there were people from the Qianli sect and Earth Origin sect among them. When they saw Lu Ming, they revealed looks of horror, figures flashing, and directly leaving. The remaining people did not know Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people and rushed toward a great hall. Brat, a 5th-level divine, Lord, also dares to join the fun? Get lost from me. A burly man with a head full of red hair shouted coldly, a palm leaf-like enormous palm slapping over toward Lu Ming. This burly man's strength was not weak, having a 9th-level divine Lord Cultivation. If this slap landed, with Lu Ming's 5th-level divine Lord Cultivation, there was only death. His mouth was telling Lu Ming to get lost, but his move was a killing move, wanted to put Lu Ming to death. The means could be said to not be ruthless. This brat is dead for sure. When the others saw this scene, they revealed gloating smiles. But their smiles disappeared in the next instant. Fierce winds howled. The red-haired, burly man's palm was about to hit Lu Ming. The one who gets lost is you. Lu Ming gave a cold cry, slapping out with a backhand. He clearly slapped out from behind, but it arrived first despite launching later. Before the red-haired, burly man's slap hit him, a slap landed on the red-haired, burly man's face. "Ha!" A crisp slap rang out, followed by a miserable shriek. The red-haired man's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing through several walls before crashing to the ground. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body twitched a few times before he stopped breathing. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. A ninth-level divine lord existence was killed just like that. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror. They were filled with lingering fear, and some of them broke out in cold sweat. Some people had the same idea as the red-haired burly man, thinking that Lu Ming, a fifth-level divine lord stinking bug, also came to join the fun. They wanted to smack Lu Ming to death with one slap. It was just that the red-haired man was a step faster. If they had made a move earlier, they would have been the ones to die. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. Go! These people only had one thought in their minds, and that was to avoid encountering Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, if he encountered any treasures, how could they have a share? All of a sudden, there was only Lu Ming alone left in this building. Lu Ming smiled. This was good too. Lu Ming entered the Great Hall and discovered that the furnishings in the Great Hall were very complete. It was just that some things were already decaying. Lu Ming looked around carefully and discovered that there were only a few things that were still useful. Lu Ming put them away. Then, he searched around again and did not discover anything. Lu Ming left this place and headed for another building. Following that, he searched several buildings in a row and did not discover anything. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming felt that there were waves of gloomy and cold aura coming from ahead. Lu Ming flew forward and discovered that there were actually no buildings in front, but there was a huge pit. The pit was circular in shape, like a circular black hole, with a diameter of 100 miles. The waves of gloomy and cold aura were emitted from inside the pit. At the edge of the pit, there were already some other people. These people looked at the pit curiously. Why would there be such a pit here? It was too discordant. This was the capital of Sky Pass, Divine Nation. There were magnificent buildings everywhere. However, in the middle of the buildings, why would there be such a huge pit? This was too abrupt, too discordant, and too abnormal. What's down there? This is strange. This place should be a building. Why would there be such a huge pit? Do you want to go down and take a look? This pit looks abnormal. I feel that it's very sinister. If you want to go down, why don't you go down first? Everyone was discussing. In the end, of course, no one dared to go down rashly. In the end, someone took out a divine artifact and controlled it to fly into the pit. After a while, the divine artifact flew out without any abnormalities. There's nothing abnormal. Seems like it's just an ordinary pit. That's true. It's just that the Sky Pass Divine Nation's people had a special layout. They dug a pit here. Everyone shook their heads. Some people wanted to leave. Suddenly, roar. In the pit, a tyrannical roar came out. Everyone was shocked. Did you guys hear that? There seems to be a roar coming out from the pit. I heard it too. Roar. At this time, another roar came out. It became clearer and clearer. Roar. Immediately after, roars sounded out continuously, filled with tyranny, seemingly very crazy. With this, many people's faces changed, retreating one after another. This sound definitely came out from a pit. Huff! The next instant, energy flourished in the pit. Then one figure after another suddenly rushed out. These figures were in human form, but their bodies were shriveled like skeletons. Their skin had metallic luster, their eyes filled with a tyrannical light. Dried corpses. These living beings looked just like dried corpses. The moment they rushed out, they emitted a series of roars, pouncing over toward Lu Ming and the rest, their speed astonishingly swift. Kill! Everyone also launched a counterattack, unleashing one attack after another. A streak of dazzling sword light chopped onto a dried corpse, but it emitted a sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not cut through the dried corpse's defense. This dried corpse roared and rushed over, its claws like divine weapons, clawing and tearing. Cool work. flesh and blood splattered. This 8th-level Divine Lord powerhouse was torn into 2 halves, dying on the spot. These dried corpses even grabbed this person's corpse and started gnawing. The scene was terrifying. Miserable cries came out continuously. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. These experts were all 9th-level Divine Lord and 8th-level Divine Lord existences. But facing these dried corpses, they were powerless and could only be slaughtered. They could not even break through these dried corpses' defenses. There were also dried corpses that rushed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm was like a blade, chopping onto a dried corpse, emitting a loud bang. Lu Ming felt like he chopped onto a divine weapon. However, no matter how hard a divine weapon was, it could not stop Lu Ming too. Finally, this dried corpse exploded with a bang. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm waved repeatedly, attacking over a dozen moves in a row. Each move, there was a dried corpse that was killed. Chapter 37-34. Other than Lu Ming, there was another person who was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he killed dozens of dried corpses. This person was the Divine Emperor of Qianli sect. Other than the 2 of them, the others did not have it easy. These dried corpses were not afraid of death, and their defense was extremely terrifying. Even quasi-emperors were not their match, and could only barely protect themselves. Those below quasi-emperors could only be killed. Even if there was Lu Ming and the Divine Emperor expert, it was useless because there were too many dried corpses in the pit, and they were constantly rushing out. They killed hundreds of dried corpses, and thousands of dried corpses rushed out from the pit. Retreat, retreat. Those quasi-emperors and those below quasi-emperors did not dare to stay and frantically retreated far away from this place. Only when they were tens of thousands of miles away did the dried corpses stop chasing. The capital of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation was incomparably huge and vast. No one knew how many miles it was wide. Lu Ming did not stay, and after killing some dried corpses, he also left far away. There's something wrong with this pit. It suddenly appeared in the capital of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation, and there are so many dried corpses inside. Where did these dried corpses come from? Could they be people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation? Lu Ming's mind turned one thought after another. This was very likely. Previously, he had continuously explored several magnificent buildings and found that there was not a single person inside, nor were there any corpses left behind. This was very abnormal. Even if the people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation were killed, there should be corpses left behind. But he did not see any. Could it be that the dried corpses in the pit were people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation? But why did the people of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation run into a pit and become ferocious dried corpses? Could it be related to the Heaven Patroller of the Heavenly Palace? Did the Heaven Patroller kill these people and refine them? Very likely. Lu Ming felt a chill just thinking about it. If it was really done by the Heaven Patroller, then the Heaven Patroller's methods were really vicious. Lu Ming thought as he hurried towards the depths of Heavenly Yu Divine Nation. Roar! Lu Ming was hurrying on his way when he suddenly heard a roar coming from ahead. At the same time, it was accompanied by the sounds of an intense battle and miserable screams. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This was because this roar was extremely similar to the roars of the mummies from before. However, Lu Ming was already far away from the pit. How could there be a roar in front of him? Could it be that there was more than one pit ahead? Lu Ming was curious. He restrained his aura and rushed forward. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes widened. Ahead, in the middle of the many buildings, a crater suddenly appeared. It emitted a cold aura, and corpses continuously rushed out of the crater. It was almost the same as what Lu Ming had encountered before. Sure enough, there was more than one pit. Many people were killed. Others frantically fled, leaving this place. Fortunately, after these corpses chased for a short distance, they stopped and returned to the pit. Lu Ming frowned and left with a heavy heart. After walking for a while, he met other people and learned a shocking piece of news from them. In the capital of Skyshine Empire, there were many pits like this everywhere. So far, at least a dozen of them had been found. In each pit, there were a shocking number of corpses. Sure enough, it's almost the same as what I guessed. Could it be that the people of Skyshine Empire have all been turned into corpses? Lu Ming frowned. If I'm not wrong, this is a large array. Gumo's voice sounded. Large array. That's right. Someone set up a great array in the heavenly divine nation. It's those pits that cover the entire heavenly divine nation. Then, after killing the people of the heavenly divine nation, they threw them into those pits. As time passes, they will be refined into dried corpses, never to be reincarnated, and suffer the pain of purgatory. Gumo said, "What a ruthless method." Even with Lu Ming's temperament, he felt a chill in his heart. This method was too vicious. Killing someone was nothing out of the ordinary in the desolate universe. But to refine someone into a mummy after killing them, this sort of method was truly outrageous. This is obviously the method of the Heaven Patroller. It's normal for the Heavenly Palace to do such a thing. There are many more ruthless things that can be found everywhere. It's just that no one knows about it. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say it. Gumo sneered. He seemed to be unhappy with the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming was silent for a while. Then, he did not speak and continued to move forward. Slowly, everyone figured out the pattern. As long as they didn't get close to the pits, the corpses wouldn't rush out and nothing would happen. Everyone distanced themselves from the pits and explored the buildings. However, even more people were heading towards the depths of the sky, Transcendence Divine Nation. This was because they didn't find any valuable treasures in the buildings outside. The capital of a country was naturally the core of the palace. Only there would be treasures and opportunities. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He flew past many magnificent buildings. Soon, he arrived at the center of the capital of the Tianyu Kingdom. This was also where the palace was located. However, this place was in a mess. Many magnificent buildings had collapsed and were full of potholes. It was obvious that there were traces of a great battle. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a collapsed building filled with multicolored light. In this dusky environment, it was especially conspicuous. I want to eat. There are treasures. I want to eat. Xianxia on his wrist also squirmed, and two big eyes appeared. It looked in that direction with greed. There? Is there a divine weapon? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, that multicolored light was very obvious. Since Lu Ming saw it, others naturally also saw it. Many people thought that there were treasures and flew in that direction. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure moved and also rushed in that direction. It was a collapsed palace. On the ground of the palace, there was a long spear. This spear was silvery white and constantly emitted multicolored light. Even from far away, there was a chill coming from it. This chill was very terrifying. Many 8th and 9th level divine lords shuddered all over, laying down a layer of frost on their bodies. Even their blood was about to be frozen. Only quasi-emperors could barely block it with their divine power. Lu Ming saw that the spear had many nicks. It had clearly experienced a great battle and was damaged. Even so, this spear still gave off an indescribable aura. It was vast and unfathomable. This treasure was definitely a peak treasure. Even if it was damaged, it was still a peak treasure. It was priceless. I want to eat, I want to eat. Xianxia couldn't endure it any longer. It turned into a huge metal ball and revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. It gnashed its teeth, deep desire in its eyes. I found this spear first. It's mine. Someone roared and took the initiative to pounce on the spear. Chapter 37-35. Someone took the lead and pounced on the spear. Get out of here. It's mine. Someone shouted and pounced on the spear, attacking the person in front of him. You're courting death. The person in front of him started to fight back. At the same time, the others also pounced on the spear. With the spear as the center, a chaotic battle broke out. Just as Lu Ming was about to take action and snatch the long spear, a terrifying aura permeated the air and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the Divine Emperor from the Qianli sect. Then, the other people from the Qianli sect also appeared. "Get out of here! This spear is mine!" The youth from the Qianli sect shouted. "Yours? How arrogant! Do you think that just because your Qianli sect has a Divine Emperor, we have one too?" Some people shouted fearlessly. "Let's see how you're going to snatch it from me." The youth from the Qianli sect snorted and pounced on the spear. The Divine Emperor's aura burst out. He waved his hands, and a huge fire furnace appeared, pressing down on the spear. Puff, puff, puff. Many people's bodies shook violently as they retreated and coughed up blood. Some people who did not react in time were directly hit by the furnace and turned into ashes. "You're overestimating yourself," the youth from the Qianli sect sneered. He was about to snatch the spear when a ray of light shot towards him at an alarming speed. "Be careful." The Qianli sect's Divine Emperor's face changed drastically. He attacked at the last moment. A fire furnace appeared in front of the youth and collided with the ray of light. Boom! A violent explosion was heard as the flame furnace blocked the attack of the multicolored light. However, the chi that was released was still extremely terrifying. It was like a hurricane that swept in all directions. The young man from the Qianli sect gave a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. The other people from the Qianli sect quickly caught him. However, he was severely injured and his body was in tatters. Although he was not dead, his aura was very weak. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the direction where the ray of light came from. It was a green-robed elder. Everyone recognized that he was a Divine Emperor from one of the forces. A Divine Emperor sneak-attacking a junior. That's too much. The Qianli sect's Divine Emperor said coldly. "Didn't you also attack those below the Divine Emperor realm? Isn't that too much?" The green-robed elder sneered. "Humph." The godly emperor of the Qianli sect humphed coldly. He didn't say anything. His chi spread out and locked onto the old man in the cyan robe. Everything depended on strength. Without strength, it was useless to say anything. As the two Divine Emperors faced each other, their terrifying chi swept out like a hurricane. The others didn't dare to get close at all and retreated far away. Now that the Divine Emperor had made a move, they knew that they wouldn't get a share of the spear. Using the godly Emperor's spear as a treasure was courting death. This is troublesome. Lu Ming also frowned. However, he was still a step too late. Now that there were two God Kings, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the spear from them. He might be able to fight against one Divine Emperor if he used all his means, but he was definitely not a match for two Divine Emperors. It would be extremely difficult for him to snatch the spear away. Let's wait for an opportunity. When both of them are injured, it might be my chance. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, but didn't make a move. Instead, he hid in the shadows and waited. Whoosh! The green-robed elder was the first to make a move. His body flashed, and he dashed towards a silver spear at an extremely fast speed. However, the Divine Emperor of the Qianli sect had long been on guard against him. When the green-robed elder moved, he also moved. Buzz! A huge flaming furnace pressed down on the green-robed elder, causing the void to explode. The green-robed old man shouted and struck out with his palm. His palm was green-colored, like a sparkling jade stone, and directly bombarded the blazing furnace. Clang! A deafening explosion erupted. Green and red rays of light covered half the sky, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. The green-robed elder's figure retreated, and the blazing furnace was also destroyed. In the sky full of rays of light, the two continued to fight. Terrifying secret skills were used, and no one could stand in the area with them as the center. The two of them fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 100 blows. Just as the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle, a figure approached the silver-long spear silently. It was like a ghost, and its speed was shocking. By the time Lu Ming discovered it, the figure was already near the silver-long spear. "How dare you? You're courting death." The Divine Emperor of the Qianli sect and the green-robed elder also noticed the figure. The two of them shouted angrily and attacked at the same time. Two attacks were launched towards the ghost-like figure. The ghost-like figure was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. He was also a divine emperor. When he saw that he had been discovered, his face turned gloomy. He knew that it was impossible for him to take the silver spear secretly. His body flashed, and he quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the divine emperor and the green-robed elder. Kill! The divine emperor and the green-robed elder would not let him go so easily, and they continued to attack him. Don't think that I am afraid of you. The skinny middle-aged man in the black robe shouted angrily. His body flashed, and sharp sabers flew out. He attacked the divine emperor and the green-robed elder. However, the divine emperor and the green-robed elder naturally could not join forces. They were on guard against each other. After a few moves, the three of them were in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming was speechless. The number of divine emperors was increasing. How could he attack? That is... Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened. On the ground to the north of the silver spear, there was some white frost. The white frost was spreading towards the silver spear at a fast speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Then, many silver-white vines rushed out from the ground. Each of the vines gave off a hazy glow like moonlight. The Icy Moon Vine Tribe. The first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the Frost Moon Vine Clan. A total of 9 vines swept towards the silver spear, wrapping around it in an instant. Oh no! Lu Ming was anxious. Damn it! Stop! The Divine Emperor, the green-robed elder, and the skinny middle-aged man in the black robe roared at the same time. The three of them attacked at the same time, but it was too late. The silver spear was about to be taken away by the Icy Moon Vine Tribe. At this time, something strange happened. The silver spear suddenly shone brightly, and a dazzling spear light burst out. The silver vines that were entangled around the spear directly shattered. With a scream, a figure on the ground was sent flying. It was a silver-robed elder. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the one who tried to steal the silver spear was this person. He was a divine emperor of the Icy Moon Vine Tribe. What's going on? This long spear actually has such power. The divine emperor, the green-robed elder, and the others stopped and looked at the silver spear in shock. Chapter 37-36. The silver spear emitted a dazzling radiance, and a chill spread in all directions. A spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. I want to eat, I want to eat. Xianxia became even more anxious, his eyes filled with passion and greed. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Lu Ming comforted Xianxia. Now that there was a change, he might have a chance. I don't believe it. The silver-robed elder of the Icy Moon Vine race roared, his eyes filled with anger. Just now, he had used a secret technique to approach silently. He thought he could take the silver spear in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect the silver spear to attack and injure him. He was furious and transformed into his true form. It was a huge vine. It was silver-white and emitted a moonlight radiance. The vines waved and were crystal clear. As the vines waved, layers of ice crystals appeared in the air. This was the Icy Moon Vine race, a plant life form. It was a powerful race in the primitive universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver vines intertwined like a net and enveloped the silver spear. Don't even think about it. Stop. Seeing the elder of the Icy Moon Vine race make a move, the others couldn't sit still and attacked as well. They used all kinds of secret techniques to grab the silver spear, all wanting to grab it. However, the silver spear shone brightly and emitted rays of spear light, shattering the attacks of these people. There's still a trace of battle intent on the spear. If we don't destroy it, none of us will be able to get it. Why don't we work together to destroy the battle intent on the spear first, and then fight for it with our own abilities? The God King of the Qian Li sect suggested. Okay, I agree. I have no objections. The green-robed elder and black-robed, skinny middle-aged man had no objections. The elder of the icy moon vine race also nodded. He agreed to this suggestion. Split into 4 directions and attack. The god king of the Qianli sect shouted and appeared in the east of the silver spear. He shot out a ray of light that rushed toward the silver spear. At the same time, the god king of the icy moon vine race, the green-robed elder, and the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man appeared in the south, west, and north of the silver spear. Each of them shot out a ray of light that rushed toward the silver spear. Boom, 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 boom. For rumbling sounds rang out. The silver spear burst forth with an attack, resisting the divine light of the 4 great experts. The ground exploded with rumbling sounds, and the heavens and earth shook. With the silver spear as the center, divine light soared into the sky. Even from far away, one could see it clearly. Put in more effort, or the others will come. The Qianli sect's godly emperor shouted. His body was engulfed in flames as he used all of his strength. With such a huge commotion, everyone who entered the heavenly transcendence divine nation could see it. Now, it was the 4 of them who were fighting for it. By the time the others arrived, the chances of them obtaining the silver spear would be even smaller. The others naturally understood this, and they all used their full strength. Finally, under the efforts of the 4 people, the silver spear began to vibrate. The spear light on it began to dim, and its power became weaker and weaker. The spear seems to be flying out of the ground. In the distance, Lu Ming carefully observed. He discovered that the long spear was vibrating slightly. It was originally stuck in the ground, but seemed to be flying away from the ground. Lu Ming was on full alert. Once there was an opportunity, he would make a move to snatch it. Wong. The long spear vibrated more and more violently. The Qianli sect god kings, the Ice Moon Vine race's god kings, and the others all widened their eyes. They secretly retracted their power, waiting for an opportunity to snatch it. Clang! At this moment, the silver spear suddenly left the ground and turned into a ray of light, flying south. The Ice Moon Vine race's god king was in the south. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved his vines like a net, wanting to trap the silver spear. However, the silver spear suddenly shone brightly and bombarded the rattan net. With a boom, a hole was pierced through the rattan net, and the silver spear flew through. Good chance. In the distance, Lu Ming had been waiting for an opportunity. His original position was in the east. However, he had been paying attention. When the silver spear left the ground, Lu Ming could tell that the silver spear was flying toward the south. Therefore, the moment the silver spear flew out, Lu Ming flew south. As for the Ice Moon Vine race's god king, although he didn't block the silver spear, he still managed to block it. Just a little bit was enough. Lu Ming had already arrived in the south and appeared in front of the silver spear. Whoosh! The silver spear charged at Lu Ming with astonishing speed. At the same time, the Qianli sect's god king, the Azure Robe god king, and the others also discovered Lu Ming. It's him. The Qianli sect's god king was shocked. As for the Azure Robe god king and the others, they showed a trace of disdain. They weren't worried at all. In their view, Lu Ming was a mere 5th-level divine lord. If he wanted to touch the silver spear, he would probably be killed by it. If it were another god king, they would be worried. It's coming. Lu Ming's mind was also highly focused. He activated 5 times his battle strength and prepared to go all out. To tell the truth, he also wasn't confident. He could only do his best. In the blink of an eye, the silver spear approached. I want to eat! I want to eat! Xianxia shouted and charged out. Its body rapidly swelled as it opened its mouth and swallowed the silver spear in one gulp. Then its body constantly swelled as if the silver spear was trying to break out, but it couldn't break out. Lu Ming, the Qianli sect's god king, the Ice Moon Vine race's god king, and the Azure Robe god king were all dumbfounded. The silver spear was actually caught by Xianxia. Xianxia run! Lu Ming quickly reacted and roared. Xianxia reacted quickly and immediately charged at Lu Ming. However, it couldn't transform into a bracelet now, and could only curl up into a ball. Lu Ming grabbed it and turned to leave. "Brat, stop right there. How dare you steal this old man's treasure? You're courting death. Stay." The Ice Moon Vine Race's God King, the Azure Robe God King, and the others all roared and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, only the Qianli sect's God King knew about Lu Ming's strength. But after a moment of hesitation, he also chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was at most on par with his. With so many people joining hands, Lu Ming would definitely lose. Lu Ming unleashed his speed to the maximum, flying forward madly, breaking through the void. He was faster than the flowing light. "Attack! Stop him for this God King. Stop that little bastard, and you'll be heavily rewarded." The Ice Moon Vine Race's God King, the Azure Robe God King, and the others all roared. Those quasi-emperors and ninth-level divine lords who had already retreated far away attacked and stopped Lu Ming. "Brat, stop! You dare steal a God King's treasure? You're courting death." Those experts below the God King realm all charged at Lu Ming. Although they didn't know what method Lu Ming used to take the silver spear, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th-level divine lord realm. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. Chapter 37:37. In an instant, dozens of quasi-emperors rushed towards Lu Ming. These people rushed to attack Lu Ming, wanting to be the first to take down Lu Ming. Although there were 4 god emperors present, and they would not be able to get a share of the silver spear, they were still tempted to get a reward from the god emperors. These people are courting death. The god emperor of the Qianli sect shook his head. He knew how strong Lu Ming was. How dare these quasi-emperors block Lu Ming? Aren't they courting death? However, he did not warn them. Anyway, there are no Qianli sect people among these people. In fact, even if there were people from the Qianli sect nearby, they would not dare to block Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and punched out. His fist energy pierced through heaven and earth and crushed forward, causing the air to explode. This power, not good, retreat. The quasi-emperors who attacked Lu Ming immediately realized that something was wrong. Lu Ming's attack power was too abnormal. But it was too late. The fist energy crushed through, and the quasi-emperor's attacks instantly collapsed. The fist energy did not stop and continued to attack. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions. These quasi-emperors exploded one by one. They were killed by Lu Ming in seconds. More than 20 quasi-emperors were instantly killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed past them. However, these quasi-emperors hindered Lu Ming and slowed him down a little. The god emperor of the Icy Moon Vine race was the fastest. He quickly approached Lu Ming. "Brat, stay here." The god emperor of the Icy Moon Vine race shouted, and several vines shot towards Lu Ming like arrows. He wanted to wrap Lu Ming up. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Ming turned around and continuously punched. The secret arts in his fists all exploded and bombarded the vines. The rattan shook continuously and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming's figure also retreated rapidly. He could feel a terrifying chill shrouding his entire body. There was already a layer of frost on his arm. The taboo power in his cells burst out and drove away the chill. This brat's strength. The god emperor of the Icy Moon Vine race was shocked. He never thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. The green-robed old man and the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man felt as if their hearts were being overturned. This brat is not any weaker than me. Attack together. Don't let him escape. The Qianli sect's god emperor shouted and reminded the others to chase after Lu Ming at full speed. The Icy Moon Vine race's god emperor and the others were even more shocked. The divine emperor of the Qianli sect actually said that Lu Ming was not weaker than him. How is this possible? But at this moment, they didn't have much time to think. They erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. Whoosh, 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 one attack after another crossed the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. The power of the 4 deity emperors working together was too shocking, covering all directions. "Break!" Lu Ming shouted and took out the string of stone beads. 2 stone beads floated out, and a powerful gravitational force enveloped the area. When the attacks of the four godly emperors reached the area covered by the gravitational field, they were suppressed by the powerful gravitational force, and their speed slowed down. Their direction also changed a little, and they bombarded the ground, causing the buildings on the ground to explode and crumble. A gravity-type treasure. What a strong gravity. It's another treasure. The eyes of the Frost Moon Vine Race's God Emperor, the green-robed old man, and the others lit up with greed. Whoosh, 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 their speed was extremely fast, quickly closing in on Lu Ming. They used their source secret techniques, erupting with their strongest power. Even stronger attacks were directed at Lu Ming. This time, although their attacks were also affected by the gravitational force, they were only weakened by a little. They still bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only resist with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming fought back with all his strength. But this was the attack of 4 deity emperors, not one. He couldn't block all of them. His left rib was hit and 2 of his ribs were broken. Blood flowed out. His abdomen was swept by a vine, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. The terrifying cold chi froze his internal organs. Fortunately, Lu Ming's internal organs were no longer his vital points. Otherwise, his strength would have been greatly affected. Even so, Lu Ming was forced to retreat, coughing up large amounts of blood. With his current cultivation and the gravitational stone beads, he could barely contend with a deity emperor. But he was no match for 4 deity emperors. This is troublesome. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and flew forward. At the same time, a powerful force gushed out from each of his cells to heal his injuries. Kill! The 4 deity emperors continued to attack. Although Lu Ming did his best to dodge, he was still hit and his injuries worsened. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge crater in the ground in front of him. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. That crater had a large number of dried corpses. It was very dangerous. But now was a good opportunity for Lu Ming. If he rushed in, he might find a chance to escape the pursuit of the 4 deity emperors. Lu Ming did not hesitate to rush into that crater. Just at this time, crackle. In the sky, a huge lightning bolt as thick as a person's waist struck down on Lu Ming's head. Fuck! Lu Ming really wanted to scold him. Misfortunes never come singly. With a boom, the lightning directly struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body heavily smashed into the ground, smashing a huge building into pieces. However, the moment Lu Ming hit the ground, he saw a few more lightning bolts flying toward the deity emperors of the Qianli sect and the Frost Moon Vine race. So it's not just me, Lu Ming thought. He felt intense pain all over his body. The power of that lightning bolt was too shocking. It almost turned him into charcoal. His body constantly surged with energy to heal his injuries. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, there were 4 violent explosions. The 4 deity emperors of the Qianli sect were knocked back by the lightning. Kill! In the distance, there was a loud roar, and then a huge monster appeared. It was the octopus from before. He had killed his way here. His body was covered with lightning, and the air around him was full of lightning. Some of the lightning was like tentacles sweeping out. Many people below the deity emperor level were caught in the lightning and brought into his mouth. Screams rang out. Run! Those below the deity emperor level screamed in horror and fled for their lives. But many people were caught and swallowed by the octopus. However, these people were just incidental to the octopus. Its gaze was fixed on the 4 deity emperors of the Qianli sect, and it charged toward them. As for Lu Ming, a mere 5th-level divine lord, he would probably be turned into charcoal in one move. The octopus could not be bothered with him. Whoosh! The octopus flew over Lu Ming's head, waving its tentacles as it charged toward the 4 deity emperors of the Qianli sect, the Frost Moon Vine race, the azure-robed old man, and the black-robed skinny man. Chapter 37-38. The octopus creature attacked the godly emperors of the Qianli sect and the icy moon vine race. It waved its tentacles, each of which was as big as a mountain range. It was covered with suckers, and on the suckers were sharp fangs. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The most shocking thing was that there were streaks of terrifying lightning on the tentacles. The 8 tentacles wrapped around the god emperors of the Qianli sect and the others. Under the tentacles, the space was shattered. It charged towards the 4 god emperors of the Qianli sect at an astonishing speed. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Each of them fought against 2 tentacles. After a few explosions, the 4 of them retreated. Their faces were pale, and their auras were a little chaotic. Not good. This fellow has eaten many people. It's stronger than when it first escaped. The icy moon vine race's god emperor said with an ugly expression. They had fought with the octopus before and knew its strength. When the octopus creature had just escaped, it was definitely not this strong. Obviously, it had recovered a little during this time. Shoo! Shoo! Before they could recover, the octopus creature charged towards them again. The 4 of them could only fight back with all their might. Lu Ming took the opportunity to run away under the cover of the buildings. Soon, he came to a secluded place and focused on healing his injuries. The most important thing now was to heal all his injuries. Only then could he protect himself. In his cells, energy was constantly flowing out. Lu Ming's injuries were quickly healed. The battle between the octopus creature and the 4 god emperors became even more intense. The 4 god emperors were not a match for the octopus creature, even when they joined forces. They were completely suppressed and even injured. In the end, the 4 of them had no choice but to gather together and fight against the enemy. The 5 of them fought. Terrifying energy burst out and bombarded the ground. A large number of buildings were destroyed and debris flew everywhere. At this moment, the octopus life form suddenly stopped. Its 8 tentacles stopped attacking, and it looked down at a certain place. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 4 god emperors of the Qianli sect. They quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the octopus creature. Then, they took out a large number of divine pills and swallowed them to recover. They were bewildered. They did not understand why the octopus creature suddenly stopped. At this moment, the octopus lifeform's attention seemed to be completely attracted by something below. It completely ignored the Qianli sect's godly emperor, the frost moon vine race's godly emperor, the green-robed old man, and the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man. So he's not dead yet. What a wonderful method. He actually sealed his own soul. You want to use this method to avoid the mysteries of heaven, but heaven can't be defied. Heaven's net has a long arm, but nothing escapes it. Today, you were discovered by me. Now, I'll send you on your way. A cold voice came out of the octopus spirit's mouth. Then, his 8 tentacles waved rapidly. The lightning that filled the sky gathered in the sky. Finally, the endless lightning transformed into a lightning spear. The lightning spear was tens of thousands of feet long. It was incomparably huge. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards, piercing towards a certain spot on the ground. Boom! Boom! Before the lightning spear could strike, the terrifying force had already flattened the surrounding buildings and flattened the ground. It looked like the lightning spear was about to hit something. Suddenly, numerous symbols appeared on the ground. They emitted resplendent radiance as a large formation appeared. Boom! The lightning spear ruthlessly pierced the formation. The formation shook continuously, and the ground buzzed continuously. A huge crack appeared on the ground. In the end, the lightning spear was blocked. How can a mere formation block me? Break from me! The octopus spirit shouted. Endless lightning appeared all over his body and condensed into a ball of lightning in the sky. Condense, condense, condense. The octopus spirit roared continuously. He used all his strength and injected his divine power into the ball of lightning. The power of lightning in the ball of lightning continued to compress and condense. Finally, it was compressed to the limit and fell towards the formation below. This time, the octopus spirit's attack was earth-shattering. It was several times stronger than the lightning spear from before. On the ground, the light of the formation became even more resplendent. Then, a figure appeared from the center of the formation. It was a middle-aged man. He was burly and wore a luxurious robe. He had a crown on his head and looked domineering. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. It will be destroyed sooner or later. The middle-aged man with the crown roared. He waved his hands and pointed his finger. The light of the formation became even more resplendent. Finally, it formed a scepter and attacked the ball of lightning. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Lightning filled the sky, and energy swept out in all directions. Even Lu Ming, who was far away, could feel the terrifying fluctuations. Gotcha! In the end, the formation could not withstand the attack of the ball of lightning. There was the sound of porcelain shattering. Cracks appeared on the formation. Then there was the sound of explosions. The formation was broken. The burly middle-aged man with the crown was floating in the air. His body exuded a vast aura. Monarch of the Skyleap divine nation, you have committed treason. Even if you have refined yourself into a spirit demon, it is useless. Today, you will never be reincarnated. The octopus spirit roared. It waved its 8 tentacles and attacked the burly middle-aged man. The monarch of the Skyleap divine nation, Lu Ming, the Qianli sect's emperor, and the others were shocked. The burly middle-aged man was the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation. They had thought that the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation had fallen. They did not expect him to still be alive. However, according to the octopus spirit, the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation had sealed himself and refined himself into a spirit demon. The so-called spirit demon was a way to preserve one's soul after losing one's physical body. Using an evil method to refine one's soul into a spirit demon could be preserved for a long time. However, one had to pay a huge price. One would be in endless pain and suffering. Many people would rather die than become a spirit demon. Heaven's patroller, I did not kill you back then. Today I will kill you. The monarch of the Skyleap divine nation roared. His body emitted a black light as he rushed towards the octopus spirit. The octopus spirit was not afraid. It waved its tentacles and attacked the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Lightning and black light filled half the sky. Lu Ming was still fine. At this moment, the Qianli sect's emperor and the Ice Moon Vine race's emperor were shocked. Heaven's patroller. They finally knew the identity of the octopus spirit. It was actually the Heavenly Palace's Heaven's patroller. Their hearts trembled and cold sweat dripped down their faces. They had actually fought with the Heaven's patroller. What if the Heavenly Palace blamed them? They shuddered and didn't dare to think about it any further. Now, they could only hope that the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation could destroy the octopus spirit. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. As the battle continued, the monarch of the Skyleap divine nation slowly fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 37-39. A mere spirit demon wants to fight against me? You overestimate yourself. The octopus creature roared and attacked in a frenzy. The octopus creature also had a special characteristic, which was its strong recovery ability. Even if its tentacles were cut off, it could regrow them in a short period of time. Therefore, its attacks were incomparably violent, disregarding defense. It was similar to Lu Ming's fighting style. The Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation was no match for it and was retreating. Not good. The divine emperors of the Qianli sect and the Icy Moon Vine race had ugly expressions. They were secretly discussing if they should help the Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation to kill the octopus creature. But after knowing that the octopus creature was a heaven patroller, their hearts trembled. Attacking a heaven patroller was a serious crime. If they failed to kill the octopus creature and let it escape, the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, not only would they suffer, the forces behind them and the races behind them would also suffer. If they were not careful, their entire race would be annihilated. Their faces showed signs of struggle. At this moment, there was another change. Do you think that I have not made any preparations after all these years? Come out. The Lord of Skyleap Divine Nation roared, his body emitting a strange fluctuation that spread in all directions. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, roars could be heard, not from one direction, but from different directions of the Skyleap Divine Nation. That is, many people were shocked, because they saw that in the Skyleap Divine Nation's capital, there were corpses flying out from those pits. There were at least dozens of pits in the Skyleap Divine Nation's capital. Each pit had a large number of corpses flying out. In the end, they were endless, densely packed like locusts that appeared in the sky. These corpses had red eyes and were emitting a baleful aura. Most of them were attacking the octopus creature, but there were also some that were attacking the divine emperors of the Qianli sect and the icy moonvine race, as well as those below the divine emperor realm. In short, these corpses would attack any living being that they could sense. Damn it! Suddenly, some 9th and 8th level divine monarchs were torn apart by the corpses and died on the spot. Many people rushed out, but there were too many dried corpses. There were dried corpses everywhere, covering the entire capital of the heavenly transcendence divine nation. It would be difficult for anyone to escape. Swish! Swish! Countless dried corpses rushed toward the octopus. Trash from the heavenly eclipse divine nation. Die for me. The octopus spirit roared and lightning exploded. Hundreds of lightning bolts shot out like hundreds of snakes. In an instant, hundreds of dried corpses were reduced to ashes by the lightning. However, there were just too many corpses. They were densely packed together and seemed endless. After killing a few hundred corpses, a few hundred more would pounce over. Some of them pounced in front of the octopus spirit and exploded. The terrifying power tore apart the octopus spirit's protective divine power, leaving wounds on his body. Even though the octopus spirit's regenerative ability was astonishing, it was difficult for him to completely recover after being attacked so many times. Extinguish! Extinguish! The octopus being's 8 tentacles danced around continuously, sending out dense bolts of lightning that killed those mummified corpses from afar. But don't forget, there was still the monarch of the heavenly eclipse divine nation. The monarch of the heavenly eclipse divine nation turned into a spirit demon. His battle strength was only slightly weaker than the octopus spirit. He turned into a black ray and took the opportunity to attack the octopus spirit. With a wave of his hand, a black ray flashed and 2 of the octopus spirit's tentacles were cut off. The situation was completely reversed from before. Now, the octopus spirit was in a disadvantageous position. It was no match for the monarch of the heavenly eclipse divine nation. Moreover, the situation was terrible. It was retreating. The others were in an even more miserable state. Those below the divine emperor realm were killed by the large group of dried corpses. Miserable shrieks filled the air. It's a misunderstanding. We are not in cahoots with the Heaven Patrol. We just happen to pass by. Monarch of the heavenly eclipse divine nation, please stop. Many people shouted. They were incomparably terrified. However, the monarch of the heavenly eclipse divine nation remained unmoved. His eyes were cold. He naturally knew that these people were not in cahoots with the Heaven Patrol. They were not from the Heavenly Palace. However, he was very clear that these people came here to seize the treasures of the heavenly eclipse divine nation. In his opinion, they deserved to die. Therefore, he deliberately let these dried corpses kill everyone. Lu Ming was naturally being chased by the dried corpses. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming dashed left and right, constantly waving his fist. With each punch, a dried corpse would be killed. However, there were too many dried corpses. He could not kill all of them. Some of the dried corpses approached Lu Ming and exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely shocking. Even with the strength of the octopus spirit, it was injured, not to mention Lu Ming. The destructive power impacted Lu Ming's body. Wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Even his bones were cracked. However, Lu Ming's recovery ability was dozens of times stronger than the octopus spirit. He quickly recovered and maintained his peak strength. However, the situation of the others was not as good as Lu Ming's. Needless to say, those below the Divine Emperor realm suffered heavy casualties. Large numbers of them fell, and there were not many left. Even those divine emperors were in a precarious situation. At this moment, other than the octopus spirit and the monarch of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation, there were 9 other divine emperors. 8 major factions, 9 divine emperors, because of the 2 divine emperors of the icy moon vine race had all appeared. Previously, these divine emperors were either too far away or hiding in the dark. Now, they were forced to come out. They were besieged by a large number of divine emperors and were riddled with injuries. With a blood-curdling scream, the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man was hit by the explosion of the 2 dried corpses. A large hole was blasted in his body, and he was severely injured. Then, a dried corpse rushed over, and its claws were like divine weapons. It grabbed the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man's body and tore it in half. The black-robed, skinny middle-aged man's soul ran away in panic. However, when the dried corpse exploded, the destructive power swept his soul in. With a mournful scream, the black-robed, skinny middle-aged man was completely dead. The death of a divine emperor made the other divine emperors even more terrified. Charge! We must charge out! Let's gather together and charge out. The divine emperors of the Qinli sect and the others roared. They wanted to gather their strength and charge out together. Don't even think about leaving. Today, all of you will be buried here. The monarch of the heavenly eclipsed divine nation's eyes flashed ferociously. Under his control, many dried corpses exploded without fighting. Boom! Boom! The dried corpses around the divine emperors exploded one after another. In an instant, thousands of dried corpses exploded, creating a terrifying energy that swept over the divine emperors. No! Damn it, damn it! I can't accept this. Loud roars were heard, and then there was no more sound. Chapter 3740. As the destructive energy swept across, the voices of the divine emperors all quieted down. Dead. The remaining god kings all died in an instant. None of them survived. As for those below the divine emperor realm, there was no suspense as they were all killed. Of course, there was one person who did not die, and that was Lu Ming. He relied on his strong vitality to survive, but he was severely injured. His body was tattered, and it was a tragic sight. What should I do? If this goes on, even if my vitality is strong, I won't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming was a little anxious. Don't worry, leave it to me. It's just a corpse demon. I can handle it. Bone Demon's voice rang out. Then, he saw black light flying out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. This was Bone Demon's attack. These black light formed runes and fell to the ground. Soon, with Lu Ming as the center, a large array appeared in 100 miles radius. A strange scene happened. When the corpses appeared around the array, they looked confused as if they could not see Lu Ming and wandered around. It really works. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and said, Senior Bone Demon, why didn't you use such a good method earlier? You won't die anyway. Being beaten up can stimulate your potential and increase your cultivation. Why should I use it so early? Bone Demon replied. Lu Ming. Lu Ming's situation was also noticed by the monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation. The monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation's eyes turned cold and revealed a trace of curiosity. He carefully sized up Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up, revealing a blazing flame. Let's deal with this heaven patroller first. The monarch of Skyleap Divine Nation turned his attention to the octopus. At this time, the octopus was in tatters and only had 3 tentacles left. There were bloody holes all over its body, and its aura was getting weaker. Heaven Patroller, you will die today. You wouldn't even dream of it. Back then, you Heaven Patrollers refined the people of my heavenly transcendence divine kingdom into mummies, torturing them for eternity. But after so many years, through my continuous efforts, these mummies are under my control. Today, Using these mummies to send you on your way is also your retribution. Ha ha ha. The king of Sky Leap God Nation laughed out loud. He controlled even more mummies to charge at the octopus spirit before exploding. Destructive energy swept across the octopus beings from all directions. Bang, 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 the octopus spirit's body continued to explode. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Following an indignant roar, the octopus spirit's body completely exploded. The heavenly transcendence divine nation rushed over and grabbed the soul of the octopus life form. A small octopus was struggling in the hands of the monarch of the sky transcendence god country as it roared continuously. Those who go against the heavenly palace will never be able to reincarnate. The octopus spirit roared. The heavenly palace is tyrannical. One day, there will be a heaven-defying person who will overthrow the heavenly palace. Now, you can go on your way. The monarch of Sky Leap God Country said coldly. He exerted force, and the octopus spirit's soul was crushed. In the next moment, the monarch of Sky Leap God Country looked at Lu Ming. The greed in his eyes became thicker. Not good. This guy wants to deal with me. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He asked Guillermo if there was any way. My array can confuse those mummies, but it can't deal with this guy. If you want to escape, you can only rush out. Guillermo said. Lu Ming was speechless. If he could rush out, he would have done so long ago. At this moment, the monarch of Sky Leap God Country moved. In a flash, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming. What a strong body, what vigorous blood chi. Good, good, good. It can accommodate my spirit demon body. The monarch of Sky Leap God Country muttered to himself. The greed in his eyes became thicker. Swoosh! He immediately ran towards Lu Ming. Don't even think about it, shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. He used all his strength to punch the monarch of Sky Leap God Country. At the same time, 2 stone pearls flew towards the monarch of Sky Leap God Country. Boom! Gravity filled the air and enveloped the monarch of Sky Leap God Country. Gravity pearls are on your body, but since I have a spirit demon body, gravity doesn't affect me, said the monarch of Sky Leap God Country, smiling coldly. He wasn't affected by the gravity at all. He continued running towards Lu Ming and collided with Lu Ming's fists. Bam bam! After a few attacks, Lu Ming sensed a violent strength surging towards him. His body shook violently, and he was blown a few hundred li away. It flew out of the range of Bone's formation. The monarch of Sky Leap God Country was extremely strong. He was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Without the gravity pearls, Lu Ming couldn't compete with an ordinary cultivator of the first godly emperor layer. Of course, he couldn't compete with the monarch of Sky Leap God Country. As soon as he left the array, the corpses rushed towards Lu Ming, and some of them directly exploded. Lu Ming was blown away by the explosion of the corpses. Damn it! It seems like I can only use the purple copper coffin, said Lu Ming helplessly. He had brought the purple copper coffin with him in case he needed it. Facing such a situation, Lu Ming had no other choice but to use the purple copper coffin. The purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was about to open it. But as soon as Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin, the monarch of Sky Leap God Country had already rushed towards him. His speed was astonishing. He looked like a ray of light. Lu Ming didn't have time to react. The monarch of Sky Leap God Country had already entered Lu Ming's body. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming's consciousness sea. Haha, little boy, I will destroy your soul, and your body will be mine, said the monarch of Sky Leap God Country while laughing excitedly. He had refined himself into the body of a soul demon, so he had to suffer inhuman torment at all times. However, a spirit monster body was much stronger than an ordinary soul. It was impossible to possess a body because there was no strong body for him to possess. But Lu Ming's body was different. He had seen everything that had happened before. He was sure that Lu Ming's body was enough for him to possess. Once he possessed Lu Ming's body, his spirit monster body would slowly return to a normal soul body. He would no longer have to suffer that kind of torture. Moreover, with such a powerful physical body like Lu Ming, coupled with his cultivation experience, he was confident that he would be able to return to the peak of his cultivation, or even go one step further. He was really happy. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity this time to send him such a treasure body. He couldn't wait to rush into Lu Ming's consciousness sea, wanting to obliterate Lu Ming's soul. But when he rushed into Lu Ming's consciousness sea, he was dumbfounded. There was no soul in Lu Ming's consciousness sea at all. It was empty. Where was Lu Ming's soul? He did see a black skeleton, but that was definitely not Lu Ming's soul. Chapter 3741. How is this possible? How did you survive without a soul? Damn it, that's impossible. Brat, where did you hide your soul? Come out, come out. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared hysterically. If he can't destroy Lu Ming's soul, he won't be able to seize Lu Ming's body. He was still excited earlier, but now he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. So you want to seize my body and destroy my soul? Hee. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. How is it possible to destroy his soul? His soul is now distributed among the 60 trillion cells in his body. If you want to destroy his soul, you have to destroy all of his cells. Kid, where's your soul? Where's your soul? Come out. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul. You won't even be able to keep your body. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared. Are you willing to do that? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Why you? The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king trembled in anger, but he really can't bear to do it. It wasn't easy to find such a good body. He can't bear to part with it. Once he destroys Lu Ming's body, he won't be able to seize it and will have to endure endless torture. He has had enough of this torture. He doesn't want to wait for a day more. I'll destroy this skeleton first. The Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king roared and charged towards Bone Devil. But Bone Devil's figure flashed and disappeared, causing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king to miss. Senior Bone Devil, do you have any way to destroy this person? Seeing the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king's action, Lu Ming wasn't anxious. He concluded that the Sky Eclipse Divine Nation's king won't kill him so easily. He started to discuss with Bone Devil. If this guy doesn't enter your body, we won't be able to deal with him. But he's courting death by entering your body. I have to say that your luck is pretty good. Quick, activate your taboo energy and seal your body. Don't let him escape, and use your taboo energy to destroy him. Bone Devil said. Taboo energy actually has such an effect. Lu Ming was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He immediately activated the taboo power. The taboo power in every cell intertwined and sealed his body. Taboo power, Bones said excitedly. The strongest power in your desolate universe. This guy refined himself into a soul demon and entered your body. The taboo power just so happens to counter him. Destroy him. The monarch of the heavenly transcendence divine kingdom naturally couldn't hear their conversation. Then let's send him on his way. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, countless amounts of taboo energy shot towards the monarch of Skyleap God Nation like little snakes. When the taboo energy approached the heavenly transcendence God Nation's monarch, he also felt it. Brat, you still want to resist? With your cultivation base, you're courting death. Break for me. The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country struck out with his palm, wanting to disperse the forbidden power. However, it was useless. The forbidden power was not affected and continued to entangle him. Damn it, what's going on? The face of the monarch of Skyleap Divine Country finally changed. He attacked with all his might, trying to disperse the forbidden energy, but to no avail. Damn it! The monarch of Tianyu Divine Country was alarmed and quickly rushed toward the direction. However, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. When he rushed into the taboo energy, it was as if he had entered a quagmire. He was blocked. His movements were very slow and gradually came to a stop. Moreover, when his body was touched by the taboo energy, It let out a sizzling sound and emitted bursts of green smoke. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The monarch of Tian, you divine country, screamed in horror. Monarch of Tian, you divine country, since you should have died long ago, you shouldn't have stayed in this world. Now, I'll send you on your way. That's where you should return to. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. At the same time, he continued to control the taboo energy and rushed it towards the monarch of Tian, you divine country. Bullshit, my life is in my own hands. Even the heavenly palace can't destroy me. How can you, a mere divine monarch realm ant, destroy me? The monarch of Tian, you divine country, roared. His body flickered with a demonic radiance. Like a divine weapon, he rushed towards a direction, wanting to break the taboo energy. He was unwilling. He was the monarch of Tian, you divine country, a big shot. When he was at his peak, not to mention a divine monarch, even a peak divine emperor could be slapped to death by him. How could he be willing to be killed by a mere divine monarch like Lu Ming? However, he was too far away from his peak. Without his physical body, he could only refine his soul into a spirit demon, struggling at death's door. He didn't have much strength left. At this moment, he was trapped in Lu Ming's body and was surrounded by the taboo energy. Sizzle, sizzle, he was surrounded by the taboo energy. It was as if he was in a world of taboo energy. When the taboo energy landed on his body, it caused his body to emit wisps of green smoke. It was as if an ice cube had encountered a flame and was constantly being corroded. The monarch of Tian, you divine country, retreated in horror. In just a short while, his spirit demon body became much dimmer and more illusory. It was like a flickering candle flame. He screamed. He was truly frightened and felt that it was the end of the world. Kid, let me go. Let me go. I am the monarch of Tian, you divine country. In the past, I was an existence that surpassed the divine emperor. As long as you let me go, I will stay by your side to assist you and guide you. In the future, I will help you surpass the divine emperor and become an overlord. It's not impossible for you to reach my realm in the past. The monarch of Tian, you divine country, shouted. He was truly frightened and began to beg for mercy. Try to lure Lu Ming. You're going to guide him? Are you qualified? Gu Mo appeared silently not far from the monarch of Tian, you divine country. He looked at the monarch of Tian, you divine country, with a faint sneer. When you were at your peak, you were just a little bit above the divine emperor realm. You dare to guide him? Even this old man is not qualified to guide him. Do you know what kind of power is attacking you? Gu Mo continued. What? What is it? Why is there such a power? The monarch of Tian, you divine country, shouted. Because this is a taboo energy. Gu Mo said. What? The monarch of Tian, you divine country's body shook violently, and his eyes revealed a deep shock. With his status, although he had never seen a taboo energy, he had naturally heard of it. Lu Ming's power was actually a taboo energy. Then he must have the legendary taboo body, a legendary person who defied the heavens. This kind of person had endless potential. As long as he was given time, he could become an existence that could shake the entire universe, an existence that could make the heavenly palace tremble. He actually said that he would guide such a person. Just like what Guillermo said, was he qualified? This kind of person, once he grew up, he would be an invincible figure. The monarch of Tian, you divine country's heart kept sinking. The taboo body must not be leaked out. Today he will die. Chapter 3742. Fine. I never thought that I would be able to see someone with a taboo body in my lifetime. I have no regrets in this life. In the end, the Skyclips divine country's ruler sighed and gave up on struggling. Even if he lived in this world, he would still be tortured. Dying could be considered a kind of release. Furthermore, dying in the hands of someone with a taboo body was also a kind of honor. Kid, a taboo body is destined to defy the heavens. You're the heavenly palace's mortal enemy. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. The Skyclips divine country's ruler said. Following that, a message entered Lu Ming's ears. Haha, I hope the taboo body can grow and cause the heavenly palace to tremble. I won't be able to take revenge. The Skyclipse divine country's ruler sighed. Then his body broke apart, taking the initiative to receive the taboo energy. Under the taboo energy, he was annihilated and completely disappeared. Lu Ming was a bit stunned. He didn't think that the Skyclipse divine country's ruler would give up resisting after knowing that he had a taboo body. Perhaps the Skyclipse divine country's ruler had a great enmity with the heavenly palace. Since he couldn't take revenge himself, he placed his hopes on him. Before dying, he even told Lu Ming the location of the Skyclipse divine country's hidden treasures. After the Skyclipse divine country's ruler died, the corpses were no longer controlled and naturally scattered. They returned to the various pits and disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its calm. There wasn't any sound. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Then he sat down cross-legged and focused on recovering. His recovery speed was shocking. It didn't take long for him to completely recover. He even felt that his cultivation base had increased by another level. He wasn't far from the 6th level of the divine sovereign realm. Jiang Lebang, what a pity. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and sighed slightly. The Skyclipse divine country's capital was completely silent. There wasn't any sound. Clearly, no one had survived. Jiang Lebang had most likely died when the corpses were wreaking havoc. Jiang Lebang was a good person. If possible, Lu Ming would have saved him. But at that time, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to protect himself. Furthermore, he didn't know where Jiang Lebang was, so he couldn't save him. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed in the capital of the sky, Transcendence, divine nation. One by one, storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. They were left behind by the previous experts. Of course, not everyone had a storage ring left behind. The destructive power of the self-destruction of the corpses was shocking. Some of the storage rings that were caught in the explosion were probably destroyed as well. When a storage ring exploded, the items inside would be sucked into the dark void. However, Lu Ming still had a great harvest after going around the capital of the heavenly Transcendence divine nation. He obtained a few hundred storage rings. Just the storage rings alone were already a great harvest. Heavenly Yu, God, Kingdoms, treasure trove. At this moment, Lu Ming was thinking about the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Yu Kingdom had told him. The monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation told him the location of a hidden treasure and a method to open it. The location was in the capital of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation. Should he go or not? Lu Ming hesitated. To be honest, he was very moved. The Sky Eclipse divine nation's hidden treasure ground was absolutely astonishing. However, would the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation be so kind as to tell him? One had to know that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation was killed by Lu Ming. Would he tell his enemy? Although Lu Ming was destined to be the enemy of the Heavenly Palace, and the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, it was a blood feud. If the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation wanted to help Lu Ming grow, he would be able to deal with the Heavenly Palace in the future. However, Lu Ming wasn't confident. Let's go all out. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out. He was still moved. The main thing was that the resources he would need for his future cultivation would definitely be shocking. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Perhaps the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation really wanted to borrow his hand to deal with the Heavenly Palace. After making up his mind, Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the depths of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation. Without any obstructions, Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Not long after, he arrived above a dilapidated palace. This palace was very vast, and he couldn't see the end of it. However, most of it had collapsed, and the ground was filled with potholes. It was obvious that it had experienced a great battle. Lu Ming recalled the news that the monarch of the Heavenly Transcendence divine nation told him. He swept his gaze around and then headed towards one of the collapsed palaces. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's energy surged and large pieces of stone and tiles were blown away, revealing a clean floor. Lu Ming sized up the floor for a while and then pressed his palm on one of the bricks. He inserted a strand of forbidden energy and turned it slightly to the left. With a click, the brick turned. It's really like this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At present, everything was exactly the same as what the monarch of the heavenly transcendence divination had said. Lu Ming spun the brick. First, he spun it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. Click. The ground trembled slightly and then split open, revealing an underground cave. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and jumped down. After descending for about 1,000 meters, he reached the bottom and a tunnel extended forward. The walls of the tunnel were inlaid with luminous stones that lit up the tunnel. Lu Ming took a step forward, his muscles tensed up, and he was ready for a great battle. He wouldn't completely trust the monarch of the heavenly transcendence divination. However, as he moved forward, there was nothing strange. Is it no danger? Lu Ming pondered. However, he still wouldn't let his guard down and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, suddenly, swoosh, a sharp energy came from the left and stabbed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Without looking, Lu Ming knew that the power of this attack was terrifying. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Lu Ming didn't even need to think. Almost like a conditioned reflex, he slashed out with his palm. In his palm, all kinds of secret attack techniques were unleashed. Clang! Lu Ming's palm slashed on a bronze battle spear, causing a loud bang. Then, a figure quickly retreated. As for Lu Ming, he felt a slight numbness in his palm. It's a puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the one attacking him was a soldier covered in iron armor and holding a bronze spear. However, it didn't have any life energy. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it was a puppet and not a living creature. Bang! After the puppet steadied itself, it took a step forward and the ground rumbled. Its burly body rushed towards Lu Ming again. The bronze spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. At the same time, the walls on both sides wriggled and several iron-armored puppets emerged from the walls. Each of the iron-armored puppets held a bronze spear and stabbed towards Lu Ming. A terrifying whistling sound was ear-piercing. Sharp spears stabbed towards Lu Ming's vital points. Damn it, the emperor of the Tianyue kingdom is not so kind. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. However, he didn't stop attacking and attacked more than 10 times in an instant. Chapter 3743. Dang, dang, dang. A series of explosions rang out as the bronze spear shook. 5 or 6 armored puppets were sent flying, but their bodies didn't break apart. What a strong attack! It is even stronger than an ordinary quasi-emperor's attack. Furthermore, his body is incredibly tough. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The next moment, he frowned. This was because, regardless of whether it was the walls in front of him or behind him, there were constantly armored puppets appearing. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of armored puppets. A puppet controlled by an array. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then his figure flashed, rushing towards the front of the passage. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle secret art, increasing his combat power by 5 times. At the same time that Lu Ming rushed out, the armored puppet in front of him brandished its bronze spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the bronze spears. With a forceful shake, a terrifying force poured into the bronze spear. The bronze spear vibrated violently, and the puppet's palm was torn apart. It couldn't help but let go of the bronze spear. Its figure retreated rapidly, knocking into the other puppets. Lu Ming held the bronze spear and turned it in another direction. The spear pierced out explosively. Lu Ming's strength was astonishing, especially after activating the battle formula, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. He could easily kill a quasi-emperor level expert. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the bronze spear directly pierced through one of the armored puppets. Following that, the bronze spear violently vibrated, and a terrifying energy exploded out, tearing the armored puppet apart. Finally, one of the armored puppets was killed. The attack power of this kind of puppet was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary quasi-emperor, but it was very difficult to deal with. Its defense was astonishing, and it was very difficult to kill. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill a quasi-emperor with a casual punch. However, Lu Ming had to use almost all of his strength to deal with this puppet. After killing one of the puppets, Lu Ming threw out the bronze spear in his hand. The spear pierced through two of the puppets and sent them flying in a skewer. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to charge forward and punch the body of an iron-armored puppet. The iron-armored puppet's body shook violently, and there was a huge explosion, creating a hole that penetrated the front and back of the puppet. Bang, 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 Lu Ming was valiant and invincible as he charged forward with all his might. One after another, the armored puppets were either sent flying or smashed into pieces by him. However, the number of armored puppets here was astonishing. They were constantly emerging from the walls. The speed at which Lu Ming killed them was not as fast as the speed at which they appeared. Instead, the number of armored puppets in front and behind increased. There were armored puppets in front and behind him. At this time, Lu Ming had no way to retreat. He could only charge forward and carve out a bloody path. However, there were too many armored puppets. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming was still injured by the bronze spear. However, he did not care about this injury at all. It would not affect his combat strength in the slightest. Lu Ming activated the gravity pearl, and two gravity pearls appeared. This time, the gravity pearls played a major role. The armored puppets were already very heavy. Under the pressure of the gravity pearls, many of them trembled and their movements became much slower. Lu Ming dashed past them, pushing the iron-armored puppets aside and moving forward at high speed. In an instant, he had rushed out tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, a bronze spear pierced towards Lu Ming. It was very fast and powerful. It was several times stronger than the puppets from before. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. He quickly raised his fist to block. With a clang, Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards him. He could not help but retreat. However, the bronze spear was also blocked by him. It was vibrating nonstop. In front of him, a burly armored puppet appeared. This puppet was much taller than the previous ones. It gave people a strong sense of oppression. A divine emperor's attack. Lu Ming was 100% sure that this was a divine emperor's attack. Mother of Asterisker, the emperor of Tianyu, is really up to no good. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. There were so many puppets here. It was definitely dangerous. He wanted Lu Ming to come here. Without giving Lu Ming much time to think, the divine emperor armored puppet waved its bronze spear and rushed towards Lu Ming. Pressed down, Lu Ming controlled the gravity pearl, and a powerful gravity pressed down on the bronze puppet. However, the iron-armored puppet of the divine emperor realm was too powerful. Although it was greatly affected, it still maintained its powerful combat effectiveness, and its speed was astonishing. The bronze spear broke through the gravity and pierced toward Lu Ming. Clang! The two of them clashed again. Lu Ming retreated, and so did the puppet. Bang! Bang! At this moment, heavy footsteps came from behind. Lu Ming's face changed greatly when he saw it. This was because another gigantic bronze puppet was approaching from behind. The heavy footsteps came from this puppet. This puppet was as tall as the divine emperor puppets. The other armored puppets made way for this bronze puppet. Another divine emperor realm bronze puppet. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. Swoosh! The two divine emperor armored puppets attacked at the same time. Their bronze spears pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, trying his best to dodge and counterattack at the same time. However, the bronze spears pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, following closely behind Lu Ming. Puff! Lu Ming blocked one of the puppet's attacks, but failed to block the other one. His abdomen was pierced and blood flowed out. The iron-armored puppet that had pierced through Lu Ming was about to unleash its power and tear Lu Ming's body apart. However, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged toward the iron-armored puppet, throwing out a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed on the iron-armored puppet, sending it flying. It lost the chance to continue attacking. I have to break through. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He was no match for the two divine Emperor-armored puppets. If this continued, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming rushed towards the depths of the passage. However, the puppet would not allow him to pass. It brandished its bronze spear and attacked. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the bronze spear to pierce through his body until it reached the handle. He had already dashed to the front of the iron-armored puppet. Just like how he dealt with the previous one, he punched the iron-armored puppet's chest. The puppet's body was extremely hard. Lu Ming's full-strength attack could not break its defense. The puppet's chest caved in, and it was sent flying backwards. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush past it. Behind him, two divine Emperor Realm iron-armored puppets were chasing after him at high speed. However, their speed was not as fast as Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly widened the distance between them. But what made Lu Ming vomit blood was that he had not run far when two tall armored puppets appeared in front of him. At one glance, he knew that they were armored puppets of the divine Emperor Realm. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.